The Rise of America 1620. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 251 The Iroquois Defeat. Baba was a warrior from the Seneca tribe of the Iroquois Confederacy. He was only 20 years old, still a very young man. He was now desperately running through the forest. Behind him, the Somali army was relentlessly pursuing a large group of them. Failure. Complete failure. The enemy's strength was beyond their imagination. Even beyond their comprehension. With their elusive tactics and rapid-fire muskets, these enemies were like the Grim Reaper, easily reaping their lives. Fighting them, they were like common weeds, being cut down one by one. Whoosh, Baba felt his chest burning. The long run had left him exhausted, and his lungs felt like they were about to explode. Logically, he should have stopped to rest. However, he had no such thought and continued running. Yes, there were still many enemies behind him, and he had to keep running to survive. From time to time, the companions who had been running together would be hit and fall, followed by a wailing cry. It was clear that after they fell, they were pursued by the enemy, and their fate would not be good. Who doesn't care about their own lives? The Indians were no exception. This war had no hope of victory, and facing such an enemy, they felt only deep despair. Escape was a good option. Besides, the leaders had already fled, so why should the ordinary people of the tribe stay? Run. Run. As long as they could get out of this forest and leave the enemy far behind, they would succeed. Baba was still confident in his speed. He was a famous hunter in the tribe, and he was very fast in the forest and mountains. He didn't believe he could lose the enemy. Besides, their camp was ahead, and there were many companions there. As long as he reached the camp, he would be safe. The enemies chasing him would see the camp and stop pursuing them. After all, they would be tired, wouldn't they? Weaving through the trees, crossing gullies and slopes, and then pushing aside the leaves that obscured his vision, Baba felt his speed surpass his usual, even exceeding his limits. Just ahead, the outline of the camp appeared. Baba saw hope. Having already reached his limit, he suddenly burst forth with a surge of strength, increasing his speed considerably. Hey, what's going on? Something seems off. Baba quickly reached the outskirts of the camp, but he sensed something was amiss. The camp seemed different from before he left, but for a moment, his mind was overwhelmed by fatigue, and he didn't have time to consider these questions. The Iroquois camp was vast, with no protective measures around it. There were simply many triangular tents, forming a makeshift Iroquois encampment. Finally, Baba realized what was amiss. Cries of pain and black smoke rose from the entire camp. Numerous bodies lay scattered from the outskirts of the camp, spreading inward. Bright red blood formed streams, flowing from the heights to the ground. How many people would have to die for this blood to become a stream? Oh no! The camp is under attack. Baba's body trembled as he reacted, and the thought flashed through his mind, run. Unfortunately, by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Bang! 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 20 meters in front of him, a sign rose, and gunshots rang out. Baba felt as if something had struck his chest. He looked down and saw a small hole in his heart, blood slowly seeping from it, first a little and then a lot. Then, pain began to spread throughout his body. Baba collapsed unwillingly. His eyes etched with a hope of life. The Gurkha soldiers hiding behind the tents watched Baba fall with stern faces, their faces devoid of emotion. As time passed, more and more Iroquois warriors collapsed and began to return to the camp. But what awaited them was not a welcome from their friends, but a head-on attack from the Gurkha soldiers. As the number of fleeing soldiers grew, the Gurkha warriors ran out of time to reload their muskets, forcing them into hand-to-hand combat with the Indians. On one side were the Indians, skilled in cold weapons, while on the other were warriors equally adept with the Gurkha kukrit. Despite the Indians' proficiency with cold weapons, they were still somewhat outmatched against the Gurkhas. Firstly, the Quebec warriors were fleeing, their fighting spirit shattered and completely destroyed. Consequently, their combat effectiveness was greatly diminished, rendering them unable to fully demonstrate their full potential. The Gurkha genetics warriors, on the other hand, were different. They had all been trained in modern combat techniques, particularly the pure use of the Gurkha kukrit. Although they were genetically engineered from a virtual world, their combat skills had been refined and refined. They were undoubtedly battle-tested, making them significantly superior to the Quebecers in this respect. One side was full of fighting spirit, while the other was highly motivated. The outcome of the encounter was self-evident. The fighting didn't last long. Once the Somali regiments caught up, the defeated Quebec troops scattered and fled again. In the center of the Iroquois camp, piles of corpses lay densely packed. These bodies included young and old, including women. A rough estimate put the number at no less than 50,000. Sharma, the leader of the Gurkha regiment, surveyed the pile with a grim expression and ordered his lieutenant, "Set it on fire." These were the people Sharma had driven here after capturing the area. After driving the Iroquois here, he ordered them all to be exterminated on the spot. While such a massacre might be considered cold-blooded and brutal, Sharma saw it differently. These Iroquois held a deep hatred for him and their tribe. They would never let such people go. Even if they were released, they would not be grateful. Instead, they would only bring him trouble. Indians are known to hold grudges, especially those with an unresolved feud with the Iroquois. So, it's best to abandon any unrealistic fantasies. Therefore, Sharma ordered the massacre. After all, there were no international treaties, so it wasn't illegal to do so. A huge fire blazed, and plumes of black smoke rose into the sky, filling the air above the entire camp. Sharma and his men left the camp's shelter and happened to encounter Lamar, who was pursuing the fleeing Iroquois. Lamar spotted Sharma, approached, and asked with a smile, "I heard you ordered a massacre, exterminating every Iroquois in this camp." Sharma nodded and said, "Yes, I did. These people can't be released, and now we can't send troops to guard them, so what else can we do but kill them? You're not calling me cold-blooded, are you?" After answering Lamar's question, Sharma added a final word. Lamar smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not calling you cold-blooded. I'd do the same thing if it were me. To us, they're enemies. We shouldn't have any sympathy for them, and you haven't done anything wrong. Then what do you mean by saying this?" Sharma looked at Lamar with some confusion. Lamar replied, "It's okay to do it. It's no big deal. Lord Wangshan and Lord Songhu will certainly understand and support us, but it's best not to tell anyone about this. Our Highness isn't that hard-hearted." It turned out that Lamar's words to Sharma were meant to warn him not to share this, lest Zhao Hongyu find out and harbor a grudge. After all, this Highness was the softest-hearted of them all. Sharma nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you for the heads-up. This isn't a good thing, after all, so I won't be making a big deal about it. Alright, I'll be heading back to Quebec now. I'll leave the rest up to you. Chasing these Iroquois won't be easy, and it's a long, drawn-out process." Lamar was about to return to Quebec. He and Sharma had a division of labor. After defeating the Iroquois, the Gurkhas would pursue the remaining Iroquois forces. Lamar, with his Somali regiment, would be stationed directly in Quebec to begin taking over the territory. Sharma responded and parted ways with Lamar. He began his long pursuit of the Iroquois, with no rest for a while. The Iroquois, now scattered, began their long, aimless flight. For the sake of lasting peace, the remnants of the Iroquois must be eliminated as much as possible. Therefore, pursuing their remnants became a necessary measure. While this was somewhat cruel and cold-blooded, it was all for the sake of stability. If the Iroquois weren't eliminated, waiting for them to recuperate would inevitably cause considerable trouble for the empire. To avoid this, utter extermination was necessary. Dividing line, Your Majesty, on behalf of Queen Marie of France, I extend my sincerest greetings to you. Just as the Iroquois in Quebec began to flee, and Sharma launched his pursuit, Sarah and Emma began receiving the French envoys at Zhao Hongyu's castle in Manhattan. The French envoys were modest and respectful. They had initially thought meeting Sarah would be a challenge, but they were surprised to even meet the Empress of the Empire. They had been in Manhattan for quite some time, and after some inquiries, they had learned some things about the Empire. Sarah held no real power within the Empire. The only ones who held real power were the Crown Prince and the Indian Queen, Emma. Of course, prominent nobles like Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zheng Tai also held considerable power. But in the final analysis, they were just subjects, so the ones who had the final say were Zhao Hongyu and Emma. First of all, Zhao Hongyu controlled the majority of the citizens, while Emma represented the Indian side. On the other hand, Sarah had neither power nor friends here, and was completely at a disadvantage. Emma put on a stern face and acted very properly. She had studied with Sarah for a long time and had been carefully taught by Wang Shan. Therefore, in such an occasion, Emma had to make such a cold and rigid expression and pretend that no strangers were allowed in. Sarah looked at Emma's serious and solemn look and couldn't help but laugh secretly in her heart. She knew Emma very well. The little girl was a lively person, very innocent and cute. Now it was really difficult for her to pretend like this. Emma mumbled a lot of Indian words, which were then translated by Wang Shan and conveyed to the messengers. Queen Emma said, "You're thoughtful. Since this is your first time here, I hope you'll get used to it. Manhattan is bustling and you'll like it." Strictly speaking, Wang Shan's translation didn't match Emma's meaning. Emma's Indian words had been, "Well, I've met you. Then please give me the gift. I need to go back and play with my hounds." But after Wang Shan's translation, they took on a different meaning. God forbid, Wang Shan could translate what Emma had just said. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. As you said, Manhattan is bustling and prosperous. It rivals many major European cities, a fact we've all witnessed." The envoy was articulate and spoke the truth. "We've come to Manhattan hoping to establish equal diplomatic relations with your country." After saying this, the envoy shifted the subject to requesting diplomatic relations. How could Emma agree to such a request? After all, this matter was beyond her control, So, she spoke a long string of Indian words, which were then translated by Wang Shan. This request was rejected, which disappointed the envoys. However, they could set up an office near the Manhattan dock and leave no more than 10 clerks. This was a little comforting for them. Next, the envoys began to talk about what Mary had told them to do, which was to expand trade. Before that, the envoys had the servants carry in several large boxes. Emma was a little impatient at first, but after seeing the boxes, she immediately became excited. "Haha, finally a gift. I took the gift and left to play by myself. It's really boring to deal with these people. If it weren't for the gift, I wouldn't have come." Sarah was right. It would be a fool not to refuse the gifts from these guys. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and reward. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 252, Plans to go to Europe. Sarah's relationship with these envoys was considered harmonious, and she did not say anything embarrassing. This also made the envoys breathe a sigh of relief. They were originally most worried about this, because they all knew what Queen Mary and those nobles had done to Sarah. If they encountered such a thing, they would definitely react more extreme, although Sarah restrained her anger and did not do anything. However, Sarah did not agree to any of the conditions proposed by the envoys, but instead put the blame on Zhao Hongyu. Her reason was very simple. She now had no say in Manhattan City, and had no friends or power. So she had no way to help, and she was very helpless about this. The envoys believed this excuse very much, because it was in line with Sarah's current situation. Therefore, the envoys also understood this very well. "Ms. Sarah, we know that this is very difficult for you, but we still want to ask you to try your best. The situation in Europe has not been very peaceful recently. There have been wars in Jutland, the Netherlands and other places. We in France have also been involved, so we need a lot of money to support it." The envoy did not intend to hide anything from Sarah. He told Sarah the reason for asking her for help. Besides, appearing to be single now can also leave a good impression in front of Sarah. It will be very useful when you come to contact Sarah in the future. I think I will inevitably have to deal with Sarah in the future, so it is most important to plan ahead. At the same time, what happened on the European continent cannot be concealed for long. Sooner or later, news will come from Manhattan, and Sarah will know it by then. Telling her now in advance is completely different from Sarah knowing these things herself. "I will talk to my husband, but I don't know if he has any arrangements or whether he will meet you." Sarah still didn't finish her words, trying to give them neither hope nor despair. The envoys nodded with fawning smiles, indicating they could wait. Since they were all willing to wait, what else could Sarah say? However, the news they revealed shocked Sarah. Was chaos already brewing on the European continent? In fact, she had already vaguely sensed some of this when she left Europe. She had only assumed that all nations would exercise restraint and not easily start a war. It seemed she had been a little naive. Now that she had become a member of the Song Empire, it was necessary for her to secure some benefits for the Song Empire. If the Song Empire sees this opportunity, it might reap many benefits. After chatting with the envoys for a while longer, Sarah found an excuse to leave. After her departure, the envoys also left the castle. Although they hadn't achieved their goal this time, at least Sarah hadn't made things difficult for them, which was already a good thing. They were confident that with more exchanges, they might be able to find a breakthrough. Of course, they had brought 3 generous gifts for this meeting. Emma received 8 Arab eunuchs and 30 strong Egyptian slaves. Sarah received a precious necklace and gold jewelry, as well as a deed to a manor near the port of Marseilles. Even the Crown Prince Zhao Hongyu, who did not show up, received 4 top-notch Arab dancers. It can be seen that the French spent a lot of money this time. Slaves and the like are not a big deal, but the deed to the manor near the port of Marseilles is very impressive. The manor is 2 miles away from the port of Marseilles and is located on a large plain. The manor has a 3-story Baroque castle with 58 rooms, a dungeon, 2 stables, and a full complement of servants and butlers. This was originally the private property of Queen Marie, but now it has been given to Sarah to ease the relationship. It must be said that this woman, Marie, is really good at putting things aside. Of course, the things she did were not decent, and it is impossible to expect Sarah to really let go of her hatred without bleeding. Besides these, the estate also boasted 3,000 acres of fertile farmland and a small village of around 500 people. The inhabitants of this small village subsisted by renting and cultivating these 3,000 acres. Technically, these 500 or so people were indentured servants, effectively considered Sarah's personal property. Therefore, of the 3 gifts from the French, only the land deed was considered the most valuable. The eunuchs, dancers, and Egyptian slaves, however, were unlikely to catch Zhao Hongyu's eye. However, upon hearing that the French had captured 8 eunuchs, Wang Shen became deeply interested. At his insistence, he took the 8 eunuchs away for brainwashing and instruction. The 30 strong and attractive Egyptian slaves were simply handed over to Emma's father for instruction. Zhao Hongyu knew exactly what Wang Shen was going to do with the eunuchs. However, he wouldn't interfere. After all, having such a group within his own palace seemed reasonable. Besides, these people had been castrated since childhood, leaving them disabled. In fact, they are also very pitiful. For poor people, what's the big deal about giving them something to do? My dear, I heard a piece of news from those guys. They seem to say that the European continent is not peaceful now. If possible, you'd better ask other businessmen. I think maybe what happened in Europe will be an opportunity for us. After saying goodbye to the messengers, Sarah came to the open-air garden on the 3rd floor of the castle, found Zhao Hongyu and talked to him. Oh, what else can happen in Europe? Tell me. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu became somewhat interested. Sarah then shared all the information and speculations she had received with Zhao Hongyu 1620. It seemed like something really did happen at this time, but what exactly was it? Zhao Hongyu listened, trying to recall the historical knowledge he had learned. To be honest, he only had a general idea of what had happened in history. It was impossible for him to remember and think of every possible event. He wasn't a robot or a computer that could store information and look it up when needed. It was a human brain, after all. There was something, but Zhao Hongyu just couldn't remember it. He frowned and pondered. It really gave him a headache. Zhao Hongyu was certain that this must be a big deal. A voice in his heart and deep in his memory kept telling him so. If Sarah hadn't said that today, perhaps Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have been troubled by it. But Sarah did bring up such a thing after all. What did the messenger say? Repeat it to me again. In the end, Zhao Hongyu still couldn't remember what it was. But he didn't give up and told Sarah to repeat the words of the envoys to him. He thought he might find some useful information in the words of the envoys. Then, Sarah learned it again. And said to Zhao Hongyu, this incident happened in the Netherlands Peninsula. The Dutch and the Spanish have already fought. Netherlands. The Spaniards and the Dutch, a melee among European countries. Suddenly, Zhao Hongyu seemed to have grasped something. The 30 Years' War. Zhao Hongyu finally thought of what was happening on the European continent and what those wars were. That was the famous 30 Years' War. Bang! Zhao Hongyu clapped his hands and stood up suddenly. Sarah, your news is too important. If it weren't for you, I almost missed something big. He walked a few steps to Sarah, hugged her and kissed her twice. Do. Sarah blushed. She didn't expect Zhao Hongyu to be like this in broad daylight. There are people outside, be careful. Sarah blushed, tried to push Zhao Hongyu away, and reminded him softly. Sarah, do you want to go to Europe? I'll go with you. Did Queen Mary give you a manor? I think as the owner, we have to go through the formalities to accept it. And you have a lot of things to deal with in the manor in Madrid, don't you? After walking around twice, Zhao Hongyu looked up at Sarah and said to her. Go to Europe? Sarah didn't react for a while. She couldn't figure out what to do in Europe at this time. What's more, there is no peace there now, why go there? Sarah, when I go to Europe, in addition to asking you to take over the manor in Marseilles, I also have to deal with the vicious manor in Madrid. At the same time, I have to do some business with European countries and buy some ships. When Zhao Hongyu saw that Sarah was a little confused, he explained. And don't you have many relatives in Europe? They are still in Mary's hands. I think this time, we should rescue them all and send them to America. Zhao Hongyu thought that Sarah still had many relatives in Europe, so he made such a suggestion. Are you serious? Do you really want to go to Europe? Sarah asked. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Of course, there is no need for me to lie to you. Sarah thought about it and felt that those relatives had been in Queen Mary's control for a long time, which was indeed not a good thing. Therefore, rescuing them and sending them to America was also a good option. And as the crown prince of the empire, Zhao Hongyu was the only one who could make Mary give in and release those widows. Haha, anyway, I have a big ship now, so going to Europe won't be a big problem, Zhao Hongyu said happily to Sarah. Didn't I tell you before that my big ship has a fast speed and we will be in Europe in a few days? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and rewarded that. Your support is my greatest motivation. Period. Chapter 254 Bounty Hunters in Action. With the arrival of the Song Dynasty's army and their defeat of the Iroquois, the situation in French Quebec had become clearer. The fort had been relieved, and although sporadic fighting still occurred, it occurred dozens of miles away. Therefore, the fort was relatively safe. At the same time, Somali blacks had moved into the fort, taking charge of local security, which immediately put the French at ease. However, the French could not leave the fort yet. After all, the surrounding Iroquois were very strong and powerful, so traveling too far would be somewhat dangerous. But generally speaking, the area within 2 or 3 miles of the fort was absolutely safe. Supplies from Lake Ontario were transported to the southern end of the fort by small boats along the St. Lawrence River. The arrival of these supplies greatly alleviated the French food crisis. Song Hu had already considered this issue, so he instructed the shipyards in Lake Ontario City to first construct small vessels for transporting goods. Small vessels are small and can be built very quickly, making them the best option for transporting supplies for the time being. With food, the people of Fort Quebec were in high spirits. Lamar, with his 8,000-man Somali regiment, immediately declared the territory's ownership to all French citizens. Originally, the territory belonged to France and was a French territory. However, since the former lord, Sarah, had married the crown prince of the empire, Quebec, as Countess Sarah's dowry, naturally became part of the Song Empire. While the territory still nominally belonged to Countess Sarah, it also became a royal domain of the Song Empire. Quebec was also incorporated into the Song Empire's territory. The French reacted modestly to this issue. To them, it didn't matter who owned the territory, what mattered was whether they could live a better life. Lamar certainly made his promise and cited some examples from Manhattan. In short, if you want to make a living in Manhattan, you can, but you have to wait until the remaining Iroquois are eliminated. Otherwise, the journey won't be very safe, right? Everyone understood this. But we can't just keep doing this. After all, many French people make their livings from hunting and trading furs with Indians. The war isn't completely over yet. The Iroquois are spreading around and forbidding them from hunting. Also, with the Iroquois defeat and the occupation of Lake Ontario, those who traded with the Indians have lost their source of income. Lamar offered a solution to this problem. After their defeat, the Iroquois fled into the surrounding forests or even further afield. These people needed to be dealt with, they couldn't just hide in the surrounding area. So, Lamar offered a way to make money, trade Iroquois heads for bounties. Besides making money, it could also effectively eliminate the enemy. It was a very good method. Although Sharma and his Gurkha Corps were pursuing the main force of the Iroquois, they had launched sporadic attacks on the scouting parties over the past few days. While the casualties weren't significant, harassing them like this wasn't a problem. Furthermore, These Iroquois were small, scattered groups of a dozen or so people. Lamar couldn't send a large force to encircle and suppress them, that was unrealistic. And asking the French to encircle and suppress these Iroquois wouldn't have the will to fight. So, Lamar came up with this plan. He knew the Europeans all too well. They were all quick-witted. Sure enough, after Lamar offered a bounty for a head, the demoralized French showed great enthusiasm and quickly formed small groups, leaving the fort and heading into the surrounding forests to search for the Iroquois. You have to understand that the only supplies shipped from Lake Ontario were rice and preserved mustard greens. Although other supplies were available, they were commercial goods. Rice and preserved mustard greens couldn't always be provided free, they ultimately had to be purchased with money. Without money, they would be forced to starve again. The French, having already experienced hunger once, truly didn't want to experience that again, so, when they heard they could make money, how could they not burst with enthusiasm and motivation? Money allowed them to buy food and other goods, making their lives more comfortable. Besides the French, the Indian tribes that had been vassals of the French also joined in. Since Quebec was now part of the Song Empire, the Indian tribes that had defected to the French also became vassals of the Song Empire. Over the past few days, through various contacts, the scattered tribes gradually returned to Quebec to meet their new masters. In this war, the Indian tribes that had been vassals of the French suffered heavy losses, a devastating blow. But precisely because of this, their hatred for the Iroquois deepened, making them even easier for Lamar to exploit. Coupled with Lamar's generous offers, the Indian warriors were even more excited than the French. Within a few days, the Indian warriors had reaped a rich harvest. Lamar fulfilled his promise, offering silver coins for every head they brought. The Indians, having received the silver, went to the makeshift stalls to buy food, preserved mustard, and other goods. With these people acting as advertising, the onlookers couldn't resist. Humph, why bother taking action personally? A little brain power would solve the problem. As Master Wang Shan said, a problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. It was absolutely true. Even though he paid those people silver coins, they ultimately returned to him. And those people only received consumables, they would need them again. So, he had no worries about selling them. Everyone needs food, and preserved mustard has salt, which can provide a boost in body needs. You have to remember, salt wasn't that delicious back then. Matches and other small items were also necessities, so there was no shortage of goods. Every day, small groups of varying sizes left Fort Quebec, and many returned from the surrounding areas, bringing with them large numbers of people. But often, when these groups returned, you'd find they were down by a few men, evidently dead. However, these groups weren't afraid of a shortage of recruits. As long as they announced they were short of men, replacements would quickly arrive. For a time, the Quebec bounty hunting community flourished. This growth wasn't a big deal, but it became a major threat. Not only did they have to constantly guard against the French, but they also had to watch out for the Indians, who were just as skilled at tracking and ambushing. It was truly a tragedy. Dividing line, cuckoo. Cuckoo. Every morning on the American continent, as the sun just peeks over the horizon, thick fog blankets much of the continent. In this thick fog, it's impossible to tell if there's danger ahead, or what might burst forth next. Perhaps a hare, a coyote, or a brown bear. Of course, it could even be your enemy. Thick tree trunks can be vaguely seen through the thick fog, but they're hard to see clearly. Birdsong and the calls of pheasants echo through the forest. Leaves rustle, and the streams flow through the forest. A group of 9 Iroquois men, crouching low, cautiously and slowly advance through the fog. They move very slowly, constantly listening to the sounds around them, or looking up to see what's going on. Although the fog is so thick they can't see anything, they do it anyway. Each of these Iroquois men holds a sharp dagger, looking incredibly cautious. Snap! The crisp snap of a branch caused everyone to pause, and they nervously prepared for an attack. Whoosh! A thin arrow shot through the fog and struck an Iroquois squarely in the face, piercing his right eye. More arrows followed, coming from the sides and above. Ouch! Under the sudden attack, the Iroquois roared and rushed forward. Then, white men and Indians, dressed in a completely different style from the Iroquois, emerged from the thick fog. The two sides quickly collided, and a chaotic battle ensued. The Iroquois, caught off guard by the sudden attack, felled several men. They didn't have a significant advantage in numbers, and the enemy's momentum was far greater, making the battle a foregone conclusion. 4 Indians leaped down from above them. It seemed the small Iroquois group had walked into an ambush. The battle was over quickly, in less than 5 minutes. After sacrificing 2 lives, the attackers completely annihilated the 9-man Iroquois band. They then dealt the Iroquois a final, fatal blow with their machetes or daggers, then proceeded to decapitate them. Despite the loss of 2 men, the haul was still a good one. 9 heads could be exchanged for nearly 30 silver livres, a considerable fortune. With that much, it could buy 300 kilograms of rice. The men said nothing as they handed the severed heads to a white man who was dragging a large sack behind him. This man was a dedicated sack hauler and was not required to participate in the battle. These men remained silent as they silently decapitated the bandits, listening carefully to the sounds around them before continuing on their way. Clearly, they were not satisfied with annihilating this small band of Iroquois. They would continue to search for Iroquois, kill them, and decapitate them, waiting to exchange them for money upon their return. Lamar's idea proved highly effective. The emergence of the bounty hunter profession in Quebec had a significant impact on the region's economic development. Every day, teams of bounty hunters would return to the fort, collecting their bounties in sacks of heads. After a brief rest and settling their families, they would set out again. These bounty hunters saw it as a highly lucrative profession. Furthermore, with the numerous Iroquois surrounding the 3 roads, they wished they could always be slain. That way, they could earn even more money. It was clear that, lured by the lure of money, the French were incredibly effective fighters. It was clear that, with the right amount of money, the often lazy French could become competent warriors, highly motivated and proactive in battle. Lamar even felt that the bounty hunter profession was a viable option. In the future, if we were to participate in a war for European hegemony or elsewhere, these head-for-money thieves would undoubtedly inflict heavy losses on the enemy. The problem, however, was how to keep these people alive after the surrounding Iroquois were eliminated. Without the Iroquois, the bounty hunters would have no target. Without a target, they couldn't make money, and without money, they wouldn't have any motivation, right? It seemed we needed to think carefully. These guys needed to find another target after the Iroquois were defeated. We had to keep their fighting spirit and their greed for money alive. Oh, what solution should we come up with? Lamar had been troubled by this recently. Just as Lamar had taken over Fort Quebec and was beginning to worry about some problems, Sharma, pursuing the main Iroquois force, had reached northeastern Canada. Along the way, Sharma inflicted heavy casualties on the Iroquois main force, forcing them to flee north. To evade Sharma's pursuit, the Iroquois were forced to frequently split off from their ranks, hoping to escape Sharma's pursuit. Unfortunately, whenever they split off and fled in other directions, Sharma would in turn split off his forces to pursue them. Gradually, the main force of the Iroquois was reduced to just over 40,000 men, though fewer than 10,000 of them were elite warriors. The remainder consisted of the elderly, the sick, and women. In other words, fewer than 10,000 were capable of fighting. Sharma, through his constant splitting off to pursue those who had broken away from the main Iroquois force, was reduced to just 3,000 men. Finally, the Iroquois stopped fleeing, tired of the endless flight. They halted, determined to confront the enemy here. Besides, the enemy pursuing them was now smaller in number, weren't they? Humph. You think you're brave just because we're outnumbered? How disrespectful. Sharma looked at the Iroquois army on the battlefield and curled his lips in disapproval. Chapter 254, Bounty Hunters in Action. Chapter 255 It's not you who will be remembered in history. 40 to 50,000 old, weak, and sick were making a final, desperate struggle. This was Sharma's view. The Iroquois on the other side saw it differently. They believed the pursuers had committed a grave offense. Their constant divisions had eroded their original advantage, and now was a golden opportunity to defeat them. If they defeated the pursuers, their 40 to 50,000 men could remain and recuperate. Given 30 years, it wouldn't be difficult for them to regain their strength. Then, they could strike back and seek revenge. The Iroquois' idea was simple, and not entirely wrong. Constantly being pursued like this was no solution. Now that the pursuers' original advantage had vanished, it was a golden opportunity to destroy them. Therefore, for themselves and their people, a decisive battle was the right choice. A rough estimate put the pursuers at only 3 to 4,000. On the other hand, they still had less than 10,000 elite warriors, and over 30,000 old and weak. If the entire tribe fought tooth and nail, the enemy wouldn't be able to defeat them. Predicting this situation, The Iroquois halted and began to form their ranks to confront their pursuers. Sir, the Iroquois are forming their ranks. It seems their minds have become more active now that we're outnumbered. Sharma's lieutenant, a short but powerfully built Gurkha, approached him upon seeing the Iroquois forming their battle array. They've miscalculated. Although we're outnumbered, we're not necessarily doomed to defeat. Times have changed. Individual bravery is of little use these days. The musket reigns supreme. Sharma wasn't worried about an Iroquois attack. On the contrary, he eagerly anticipated a counterattack. That way, he could seize the opportunity to destroy them and avoid further pursuit. Order the soldiers to check their gunpowder and lead. We've been chasing for so long, and we've consumed a lot. With no supplies, we need to understand the situation, Sharma instructed his lieutenant. The adjutant responded and immediately turned to relay the message. All Gurkha soldiers immediately began checking their gunpowder and lead supplies and reporting their numbers. The Iroquois were still forming their ranks, so there was still plenty of time. Sharma quickly received feedback on the remaining gunpowder and lead. Not bad. We still have roughly 60% of our supplies, enough to sustain 3 major battles. After hearing the report, Sharma nodded in satisfaction and gestured to the adjutant. Sir, our observations estimate that the enemy's elite warriors number no more than 10,000, but they have over 30,000 elderly and weak. The adjutant began to report the observations from the front for Sharma's reference. If we were dealing with just those less than 10,000 elite Iroquois warriors, it would be easy. My concern is that at this point, even the elderly and weak will join the fray. That would mean our enemy's strength would exceed 40,000. Finally, the adjutant expressed his concerns. Sharma paused after hearing his adjutant's words. He felt his adjutant's prediction wasn't impossible, so he needed to assess and plan ahead. This would prevent him from being caught off guard if the situation arose. His current legion numbered around 3,300, significantly outnumbering the Iroquois main force. If they pressed forward with all their might, they would be a formidable opponent. Furthermore, the Iroquois, relying on their numbers, could attack his flanks or circumvent his rear, putting him in a very vulnerable position. Therefore, after careful consideration, Sharma said to his adjutant, "Pass the order. If the enemy forces press forward in full force, quickly form a musket formation to counter the attack." The French later used this tactic against cavalry, so we should be able to use it against the Iroquois as well. Besides, we've all been practicing for a long time and are already very proficient, aren't we? The adjutant nodded. "Yes, sir. I'll pass it on." The adjutant then passed the order down, which was then passed on by the middle-ranking officers to the lower-level officers, who in turn passed it on to the soldiers in their respective squads. "Everyone, pay attention. We have a large enemy force. This battle could be very difficult. If they press forward in full force, remember to draw your bayonets and form a square formation as you've trained." For a moment, the squad leaders' voices echoed throughout the 5 columns. Sharma, with his 300-man cavalry, pressed to the rear of the column, his sights fixed on the Iroquois front. Several men resembling Iroquois leaders approached the battle formation, their cross-axes raised, shouting something at the Iroquois warriors. The warriors, in turn, raised their weapons and shouted. Then, a large and dense group of elderly and frail women emerged from behind the elite warriors. They were armed with wooden clubs and pitchforks. Iron weapons were rare. "It looks like the Iroquois are going all out. Don't wait for them to attack. Form a square." Sharma, observing the Iroquois' movements, turned and spoke to his lieutenants. Several lieutenants turned their horses and galloped toward the already formed battle formation. The accompanying drummers and bagpipers struck their instruments. The wings of the 5 columns began to withdraw, quickly forming a square formation. Once the square was formed, the Gurkha soldiers fixed their bayonets to their muskets and surrounded Sharma and his cavalry. Forward, following Sharma's command, the Gurkha corps formation began to slowly advance. They marched in unison, pacing to the beat of the drummers and the music of the bagpipes, pressing forward towards the Iroquois. These brutal enemies have slaughtered our people and our brothers and relatives. Their strength is evident to all. We've been hunted by them for days, and now we have a way to escape. Even if we could escape, we'd still be pursued forever. Have you imagined such a life? No. No, since you don't want to live like that, then let's defeat them. Originally, there were many of these guys chasing us, but they've diverted many of their forces to pursue other tribesmen. Now they're few in number, and we outnumber them. If we fight tooth and nail, we can definitely defeat them." The Iroquois were also conducting a mobilization march. When they saw the Gurkha corps slowly approaching, the leaders stopped their nagging. The elderly Iroquois men consciously stepped forward and began to run slowly. For the sake of their tribesmen, they had voluntarily moved forward, shielding them from the enemy's musketry. This gave the elite warriors behind them an opportunity to close in on the enemy. They now had the advantage in numbers. If they could get their warriors close, they could easily defeat them with their sheer numbers. After all, in close combat, musketry offered little advantage. Even some elderly women joined in the running. The scene was tragically heroic. Sharma lowered his telescope, his expression expressionless. This wasn't cold-bloodedness, but rather a deep understanding of the cruelty of war. If he pitied the Iroquois, they wouldn't if he were defeated. Besides, war was inherently brutal, aimed at defeating the enemy and annihilating their vital forces. At such a time, any compassion was completely inappropriate. Fire at 200 yards. Fire, advance, phalanx, fire at 200 yards, fire, advance. Open fire at a distance of 200 yards, and advance. You will definitely not be the ones whose names will be written down in history, Sharma muttered grimly from his horseback. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, the battle began. The column directly in front of the phalanx began firing, and the oncoming Iroquois elders fell in response. The Gurkha phalanx did not stop, but continued to advance slowly. They had trained a lot, and it was precisely because of this more than ordinary training that they maintained their order. Soon, the Iroquois surrounded the phalanx. Halt! Defend your position. Under attack from all sides, the phalanx finally stopped. The Iroquois were constantly attacking all around the phalanx. At this point, the Iroquois had completely surrounded the phalanx, and the Gurkha phalanx had no way to retreat. Now, for the Gurkha phalanx, they had only one way to escape alive, to destroy the Iroquois. At this point, the phalanx's advantage was fully demonstrated. Although attacked from all sides, the phalanx's unique characteristics allowed the Gurkhas to attack from all sides, blocking the Iroquois attacks. While some would occasionally slip through the net and rush close, their bayonets would be used like long hairs, piercing their bodies. The phalanx, now a forest of bayonets, resembled a curled-up hedgehog, a prey for the Iroquois. Hold on, don't panic. The Iroquois have no way of us. As long as we hold the line, the enemy will be powerless, the officers shouted, encouraging the Gurkhas. In reality, their encouragement was unnecessary. These genetically engineered individuals, bred from templates, would faithfully carry out their orders. Their faces grimaced as they mechanically performed repetitive actions. Cleaning their rifle barrels, loading their gunpowder, then marching to the front, firing the trigger, and retreating, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 256, Defeat. Charge forward and kill them all. For our children and our survival, kill them all. Wave after wave of Iroquois charged, and even the dense swarms of lead could not repel them. 200 yards. 180 yards, 160 yards. The Iroquois encirclement gradually narrowed, putting immense pressure on the Gurkha regiment. Hold on. Hold your formation. Don't panic, the non-commissioned officers' cries echoed within the Gurkha formation. This time the Iroquois attack is very strong. They won't stop until they've wiped us out, the adjutant said to Sharma, watching the Iroquois charge fearlessly, refusing to retreat even after being shot several times, and collapsing only when they could no longer hold on. He tightened the reins, steadying the restless warhorse beneath him. Sharma said, they want to annihilate us, but we have the same desire. Don't be afraid, just let them charge. After all, they're flesh and blood, not steel-clad robots. Despite the immense pressure he faced, Sharma didn't feel he would fail. On the contrary, he had strong confidence in this battle. The reason for this was that, while weapons were one factor, the most important advantage was their technological superiority. The Gurkha regiment was well equipped. Their flintlock rifles were much faster than their matchlock rifles, allowing them to maintain a steady rate of fire. He also had a powerful weapon he hadn't yet used, one that would surely shock the Iroquois. In addition to flintlock rifles, bayonets, and other cold weapons, the Gurkha regiment also possessed a homemade bottle grenade. Almost every Gurkha warrior was equipped with 6 of these hand grenades. After so many battles and so long in the war, the Gurkha regiment had never used these grenades. Therefore, the Iroquois were unaware that their enemy possessed such a weapon. The bottle grenade was incredibly lethal. This point needs no further elaboration. The effectiveness of these hand grenades had been proven during last year's battle with the British. Furthermore, during the winter, the bottle grenades had been further refined, significantly increasing their power. This was the source of Sharma's confidence. If one could look down from the sky at this moment, one could see it clearly. On this plain, the Gurkha formation was perfectly positioned within the central zone. The Iroquois had completely surrounded the Gurkha regiment, charging from all sides. It could be said that the Gurkha regiment was now surrounded on all sides, and their numbers were numerous. Rear ranks, prepare grenades. Attack. The Iroquois were frantic, constantly pressing the Gurkha regiment. This presented a problem. If they were within 100 yards, the Iroquois arrows would do no harm. But if they got closer, the Iroquois arrows would enter range, causing damage to the Gurkha regiment. While this damage might not be significant, it was still detrimental. Therefore, facing the Iroquois, who were already closing in at a distance of 120 yards, the Gurkha regiment had to inflict heavy damage. Upon receiving the order, the rear-rank soldiers in 4 teams, each in 4 directions, pulled bottle grenades from their backs and ran forward. Once they were out of formation, they lit the fuses and continued running. Their escape halted the musketry fire, otherwise they would surely have accidentally injured their own men. Haha, the enemy's musketry has stopped, they must be out of gunpowder. Charge! Seeing the cessation of gunfire, the Iroquois were overjoyed. They mistakenly believed their opponents had run out of gunpowder and lead, and so they became excited. As long as the enemy had no gunpowder and lead, they would be easily defeated. After all, they outnumbered the enemy, and a fight of 2 against 1 would be a win. And the enemy had been suppressing them, relying on the sharpness of their muskets. Now, their weapon of choice had misfired. When was the time to seize the opportunity and finish them off? Charge! What puzzled them was that, despite the enemy's firing cessation, many of them had already fled. HMPH, close combat? We Iroquois aren't afraid of that, every Iroquois thought. Unfortunately, the enemy didn't get far before they stopped and threw something towards them. After throwing it, the enemy turned and ran back. Their movements were so swift that the Iroquois hadn't even begun to react. By then, the Iroquois had already run within 80 yards, a dangerous distance for the Gurkhas. Hey, what's that? Why is it emitting so much smoke? Someone noticed something was amiss. They noticed that the objects being thrown were tumbling through the air and emitting smoke. Unfortunately, the Iroquois didn't have time to ponder the matter. Bang! 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 The objects exploded directly above their heads, sending shattered glass and tiny lead pellets from the bottles scattering in all directions below. The whizzing sound of the bottles shattering through the air continued, and the Iroquois, still unaware, fell to the ground one after another. Within moments, the Iroquois warriors at the forefront were completely unable to stand. For a moment, a vast blank space appeared in the Iroquois' charging column. The scene was eerie and shocking. Some of the Iroquois caught in the blast's range died instantly, while others were severely injured and unconscious. Still others remained conscious. Unfortunately, this very consciousness brought them further pain. The bottle grenade was incredibly powerful, killing or wounding nearly all Iroquois caught in the blast. These individuals were inevitably harmed, especially since the grenade exploded directly above their heads. Instantly, the smoke cleared, and the battlefield was filled with the wails of the Iroquois. The Iroquois troops, still attacking, were stunned by the scene. They all stopped in their tracks. It was as if they had forgotten to continue their attack. They stood there dumbfounded, staring at their comrades in front of them. Their comrades' heartbreaking cries were especially distressing to them. Shoot! Just as the Iroquois were stunned, the enemy launched another attack. The Iroquois, who had initially rushed within 100 yards, were suddenly back to within 200 yards after being bombarded with bottle grenades. Just to reach that 100 yards required a tremendous sacrifice. Tens of thousands of lives. But it was too late now. Their efforts had been thwarted. What weapon had the enemy used to fall to the ground, and why was it so powerful? Unfortunately, they had no time to ponder this question. Now their opponents had struck again. Hey! Who? A steady chant rang out from the Gurkha regiment. Then, the muskets, which had been paused, began firing again. By this time, the battle had been going on for half an hour, and the Iroquois had already lost over 10,000 men. The situation was now extremely unfavorable to the Iroquois. Although they still maintained a numerical advantage, no one could guarantee that this advantage would last forever. Moreover, The enemy was using a weapon they had never seen before, and it was incredibly powerful. Therefore, the Iroquois, once soaring with fighting spirit, gradually sobered up. The enemy was simply too powerful. If this continued, their few men would surely be wiped out. This thought suddenly crossed the Iroquois minds, and they began to retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The Gurkha regiment's gunfire roared, adding considerable pressure to the Iroquois. Run, someone shouted, and then the Iroquois army began to disintegrate. They ran in all directions, not just in one direction. Sir, the enemy is scattered. They're scattered east, west, south, and north. Which direction should we pursue? Seeing the Iroquois begin to disperse, the adjutant asked Sharma. Don't worry about those in the south. They're courting death by running that way. We can naturally defeat them when we return. There's the sea to the east, so they can't run far. Let's pursue the enemy east first, defeat them, and then go counterclockwise to pursue the enemy north. At this moment, dividing the troops was obviously inappropriate. Furthermore, he no longer had any extra troops to allocate, so he could only pursue a select group of enemies. But this was no longer a big problem for Sharma and his men. After this battle, Sharma believed the Iroquois no longer had the courage to fight them. Therefore, if he gave Sharma a little time, the Iroquois could be defeated. Really? It seems these Iroquois will take some time to eliminate. How I wish I could finish them off in one fell swoop and then go to Quebec for some rest, Charminate said to his adjutant. I need a break, too. We've been out for a long time. But our mission is to eliminate these Iroquois. We can't complete our mission if we don't. After hearing his adjutant's words, Charminate sighed. What else can we do? Keep chasing. With the order to pursue, the Gurkha Corps began pursuing the Iroquois fleeing eastward. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 News from Quebec. Your Highness, we've received news from Quebec. Zhao Hongyu, who had been anxiously awaiting news in Manhattan, finally received it that day. Wang Shan personally delivered it to him at the castle. Tell me quickly, what's the situation over there like now? Has it stabilized? Zhao Hongyu was deeply concerned about the situation in Quebec, as it related to the security and stability of Manhattan to the north. If he could control Quebec, it would be like having a rear base. Also, a stable territory would give Zhao Hongyu ample room for maneuver. If he encountered unexpected dangers in the future, he could make a comeback. This was the advantage of having more territory. No matter what, it was better than just Manhattan. Moreover, Quebec also had abundant mineral resources and products, which Zhao Hongyu needed. Furthermore, controlling Quebec would give him control of the St. Lawrence River and direct access to the Atlantic Ocean. Furthermore, he would have control of all of Canada, a vast territory. When it came to land, Zhao Hongyu was never too proud. Zhao Hongyu, a future generation, was well aware of Canada's vastness and the vast expanse of North America it occupied. The St. Lawrence River connects Lake Ontario and leads directly to the Atlantic Ocean. Building a shipyard on Lake Ontario would allow warships to sail directly into the Atlantic Ocean via the St. Lawrence River. Furthermore, being far from the coast would ensure safety. Even if a coastal attack occurred during a future naval campaign, the naval base and its military strength would not be lost. This was a long-term strategy. However, to achieve this, controlling Quebec was essential. Quebec's geographical location was unique. It lay northeast of the St. Lawrence River and not far from its Atlantic estuary. Controlling it would secure access to the Atlantic Ocean and, from there, Lake Ontario. Therefore, the location of Quebec City was crucial. If Quebec City were lost, the enemy could advance directly along the St. Lawrence River into Lake Ontario. Of course, in addition to Fort Quebec, there's also Fort Montreal, built by the French last year. These two forts can be considered two barriers. As long as they remain, Ontario City will have an endless supply of warships. It's no wonder Zhao Hongyu is so concerned about Quebec. Your Highness, Sharma and Lamar defeated the Iroquois in Quebec. Lamar has now stationed at Fort Quebec and sent 3,000 Somali soldiers to Fort Montreal, stabilizing the situation in the region. Wang Shan briefly recounted this to Zhao Hongyu. Were these Iroquois defeated so easily? Thank goodness for that, Zhao Hongyu sighed. Speaking of which, Sharma and his men were quite lucky. They had just arrived in Quebec when they began fighting the Iroquois without a break. And given the circumstances, they were able to defeat the Iroquois, which is truly commendable. What about Sharma and his men? Lamar has troops stationed in Quebec and Montreal. Where are Sharma and the Gurkha Corps? Zhao Hongyu suddenly remembered Sharma and his corps. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's question, Wang Shan replied, Lamar and the Somali Corps are stationed in Quebec and Montreal, while Sharma and his Gurkha Corps pursue the defeated Iroquois. After the Iroquois were defeated, their main force retreated north, which couldn't be left unattended. A small number of Iroquois were scattered around the Quebec area. Oh, so Sharma pursued the Iroquois. Zhao Hongyu nodded. He wouldn't have a foolish objection to pursuing and annihilating the Iroquois. Now that the feud was settled, if the Iroquois recovered after some time, they would undoubtedly cause him trouble. While it wouldn't be a major setback, the presence of such a group of people was always annoying, wasn't it? How many Iroquois main forces are left? Are there many scattered Iroquois in the area surrounding Quebec? Do we need reinforcements? Zhao Hongyu asked. Wang Shan replied, Fort Quebec has a garrison of 5,000 men, and Fort Montreal 3,000. That doesn't even include the over 60,000 French. I don't think Lamar needs reinforcements. If he does, he'll indicate so in the message. Furthermore, it's not just the French in Quebec. The Indian tribes that were once vassal states have now joined our empire. Zhao Hongyu felt relieved. With the support of the French and the Indian tribes, it seemed that annihilating the scattered Iroquois in Quebec would be easy. What does Lamar plan to do? How does he plan to wipe out the scattered Iroquois? Zhao Hongyu asked Wang Shan curiously. Wang Shan smiled and said, Lamar's brains are quite useful. He's come up with the idea of using bounty hunters. He's getting those eager to get rich quick French and Indian tribes with grudges against the Iroquois to form small bounty hunting teams to deal with the Iroquois, and it's working quite well. Zhao Hongyu nodded. He understood that this method was undoubtedly the best. It only cost a small amount of silver, but it would achieve the ultimate goal without sacrificing manpower. Furthermore, the Iroquois scattered around Quebec didn't gather in large groups, but rather scattered groups of a few or a dozen. Therefore, a large force couldn't conquer them, so, small forces could only be dispersed around Quebec, searching for the Iroquois and then eliminating them. But that would clearly leave Lamar with insufficient troops. He only had 8,000 men, and 3,000 had been assigned to garrison Fort Montreal. While Quebec might appear small on a map, in reality it was a vast expanse. Even if 100,000 men were dispersed, they wouldn't make a dent. Therefore, Lamar's bounty hunting strategy was the most effective way to eliminate the remaining Iroquois troops in the surrounding area. It was a small group versus small group strategy, and those willing to become bounty hunters possessed significant military power. Therefore, they wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage against the Iroquois remnants. They might even be superior. Does he have enough silver? Should we support him? He needs to pay his men. After all, Wang Shan shook his head. No, Lamar is not capable of handling it. Since he sent a message back saying nothing, it means he doesn't need it. Zhao Hongyu dismissed the idea. Well, then, is there anything else? The webpage didn't skip a beat. The Quebec issue, at this point, should be considered resolved. Zhao Hongyu was in a fantastic mood, as his territory had expanded and his control had increased. He was now like a wealthy landlord, possessed of a strong attachment to land. You must carve out a private plot for me in the future, as a family domain to be passed down through the generations, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan, half seriously and half jokingly. Your Highness, the empire is yours alone. You can have as much as you want, Wang Shan replied. Zhao Hongyu curled his lips. He wasn't taking it seriously. After all, many of the genetically modified humans they bred had illicit personalities. If you were to do that, who knows what they would do? While most genetically modified humans were the product of a wooden frame, it was an indisputable fact that their once dull minds would gradually become more flexible after coming into contact with reality. Zhao Hongyu observed everything, and he didn't want to take any chances. If unrest really broke out because of him, it would be too late to regret. We'll talk about this later. First, tell me if Lamar has any requests? If not, we should start planning our trip to Europe. Zhao Hongyu was originally most worried about the situation in Quebec. If it weren't for Quebec, he would have led his team to Europe on a battleship long ago. Now that the dust has finally settled in Quebec, Zhao Hongyu can relax and begin his European itinerary. With 7 village heads helping him develop the city, there's no point staying here for now. Instead of being bored, he might as well explore Europe and the Mediterranean, and show off the empire's military might and impress the Europeans. Of course, Sarah also has a manor in Madrid that he's been eyeing. Now that the French have given him another manor near Marseilles, he'll want to take it. He also wants to visit Egypt and see the Arab landscape of that era. Maybe if he was lucky enough to get to know a few Arab chiefs, he could even find a place to stay on the Arabian Peninsula. The Arabs of this era seem to be unaware of the wealth hidden in the desert beneath their feet. If Zhao Hongyu didn't make a plan, he would be really sorry for himself. The powerful Song Empire should have no problem carving out an enclave. Zhao Hongyu began to fantasize in his mind. Ahem. Wang Shan saw that his prince was distracted and coughed. "Oh, please tell me quickly, I'm waiting." Zhao Hongyu, who had been called back to his senses, looked at Wang Shan a little embarrassedly. Wang Shan didn't comment on His Highness's distraction. He told Zhao Hongyu, Lamar didn't make any big requests. He simply said it would be best if His Highness and Lady Sarah were to visit Quebec in person once they were safely settled. The purpose of this would be to convince the French residents there that Quebec now belongs to the Empire, and that Sarah, the legitimate sovereign, would be the best and most convincing presence. After quietly listening to Wang Shan's retelling, Zhao Hongyu closed his eyes and thought. Alice, it looked like a trip to Europe wouldn't be possible anytime soon. After much deliberation, he had to abandon his plans. Lamar's considerations were sound. Although the Somali Legion was already stationed in Quebec and had stabilized the situation, it was still necessary for him and Sarah to make a personal appearance and speak to the French residents. Their presence, besides asserting legitimacy, would primarily serve to reassure the people and dissuade those who harbored some concerns. Furthermore, Sarah's presence as the legitimate sovereign of Quebec would win over the majority of the French population and even allow them to become citizens of the empire. In this era, the concept of nation-states didn't exist, so accepting French citizens into the empire shouldn't be too difficult. After all, even the former British of Virginia have become citizens of the Song Empire. And the fervor these people display after undergoing brainwashing is even greater than that of religious zealots. The Foreign Legion in Parma is a prime example. The Chinese political commissars, who would patrol the troops at night, tuck in their blankets, and show concern for them. Such small gestures truly move these people. They'd experienced such treatment before. In European armies of that era, beatings, scolding, and wage theft were commonplace. Even worse things happened. But within the Imperial Legion, such conditions were absent. Instead, they were well-fed and well-clothed, and aside from the somewhat arduous training, everything was excellent. The political commissars, in particular, were treated like angels by everyone. With the example of the Foreign Legion, the French might consider it. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be satisfied with having too many men working for him. The more, the better. Tell the messenger in Quebec to tell Lamar to quickly eliminate the remaining Iroquois troops hiding in the Quebec region. Send someone to notify me after they're done, and I'll take Sarah to Quebec. It's not safe yet, so I can't go right away. After some thought, Zhao Hongyu instructed Wang Shan. Also, send a group of political commissars to Lamar to spread propaganda. Also, organize logistics and begin resupplying Quebec. Considering Quebec had endured such a long war, supplies must be in short supply. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu planned to provide some support there. No need. Ontario City is already sending supplies to Quebec. Song Hu has been keeping an eye on this matter. The messenger from Quebec has made it very clear that they don't need supplies from Manhattan, Wang Shan told him. Oh, if that's the case, then forget it. But we need to focus on the political commissars. Brainwashing the French is crucial, Zhao Hongyu instructed Wang Shan seriously. Wang Shan nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Your Highness, I know the seriousness of this matter. To be continued. Please search. The novel is better and updated faster. Chapter 257 News from Quebec. Chapter 258 Father-in-law's Butler. Oh, my dear son-in-law, it's not so easy to see you these days. That day, Zhao Hongyu brought Sarah, Emma, and Wang Shan to Manhattan Island to visit his father-in-law. Upon meeting Zhao Hongyu, his father-in-law, Black Bear, was very welcoming. Your son-in-law has so much to do these days, handling all sorts of matters. How could he possibly come to us for no reason? His mother-in-law, however, offered a few kind words. On the plains of Manhattan Island, People could be seen working everywhere. Large tracts of fertile land had been reclaimed. Vegetables and grains were planted on these cultivated fields. As soon as autumn arrived, Manhattan Island would reap a bountiful harvest. Therefore, the Mohicans living on the island beamed with joy, and they worked with great energy. Because as long as they worked hard, they could have a prosperous year with plenty of food and clothing. Therefore, who wouldn't work hard? After all, it was all for themselves. Emma, come let me see you. My little one seems to have lost weight again. Emma's mother waved to Emma and Sarah, then stepped aside to chat among the women. Those slaves are working well, aren't they causing any trouble? After the women left, Zhao Hongyu and his father-in-law sat on the lawn outside the manor, basking in the sun and chatting. Black Bear's manor was a large, white, two-story building on Manhattan Island. Its style was entirely in line with modern Americana, giving it a unique charm. Surrounding the manor was Black Bear's land. Of course, Zhao Hongyu owned 80% of this vast expanse, with his father-in-law merely managing it on his behalf. Those slaves are very hard-working and strong. With them, cultivating the farmland was a breeze. And while they look fierce, they're actually quite docile, so there aren't many who rebel, Black Bear replied. Zhao Hongyu smiled. There aren't many disaffected people. But there will still be some who will cause trouble. I wonder how my father-in-law handles this. You know, the number of black slaves is increasing. If they're not properly managed, it could be a serious problem. The number of black slaves in the Song Empire has now reached 120,000. At this rate, it might soon outnumber the number of genetically modified humans. Therefore, if the black slaves aren't properly managed and they start to cause trouble, it could be a serious problem. Fortunately, most black slaves are easy to manage. Although they may appear burly and aggressive, they've already been disciplined by the white people at sea when they were trafficked here. Thanks to that discipline, most black slaves have learned how to obey their master's orders and make their lives less difficult. Besides, while the Mohicans use their slaves for labor, they don't mistreat them. 4 meals a day, even meat, it's a life like heaven. The food and accommodations for slaves here are better than back home in Africa. Therefore, many black slaves have accepted their fate and work diligently. Of course, there were a few rebellious ones, often inciting other slaves to riot and escape. However, these were generally suppressed by the Mohicans and their hired white guards and bodyguards. Those who started the rebellion were, according to Mohican custom, skinned, stripped of their tendons, and their bodies displayed for public display. While the methods were bloody and brutal, such were Mohican custom. You see, they were originally black slaves, bought by the Mohicans. They were well-fed, and even when forced to work, they were not abused. This should have been quite good, right? But some people didn't appreciate it, and the Mohicans were angry. Fortunately, after the rebellious ones were suppressed, troubles decreased significantly. So far, there have been no rebellions for 3 months. Around the manor, white guards clad in demigod armor patrolled on war horses. Their eyes were fixed on the working slaves. As long as they didn't slack off, the white guards generally wouldn't bother them. Zhao Hongyu himself hadn't imagined that, because of him, his father-in-law had become a plantation owner, employing white guards and purchasing black slaves as servants. Black Bear, dressed in 18th century European attire, sat on a wooden recliner. Behind him, 2 black slaves, similarly dressed like European women, stood with parasols. It's nothing to worry about. If anyone disobeys or tries to cause trouble, my guards will handle it. Black Bear now had a certain air of authority, looking quite capable. Father-in-law, why did you think of hiring white people in the first place? Zhao Hongyu glanced around, noticing the loyal white guards, then looked away. Black Bear reached for the coffee table beside him, took a sip, and then, setting it down, replied, I need someone to manage my slaves, and white people need to make money. It's that simple. Besides, I'm your father-in-law, so many people are willing to work for me. I pay them well, so they come to help me. Zhao Hongyu had no objection to hiring white people. After all, white people were also looking to make money, and his father-in-law lacked manpower to manage the black slaves. Are these white people reliable? Zhao Hongyu asked Black Bear in a low voice. Hearing this, Black Bear chuckled, turned to Zhao Hongyu, and said, nothing in this world is absolutely reliable, but it's true that white people only care about silver. As long as I pay them enough silver, they're reliable. They're even willing to work for me. Zhao Hongyu deeply agreed with his father-in-law's words. White people in this era really were like that. For money, they'll do anything for whomever they're supposed to be working for. If enough silver and gold coins are given, even believing in Satan can be done. I have a vast tract of land here, and I'm giving it to you to manage. Add to that so many slaves, and herds of cattle, sheep, and horses. Your mother-in-law and I simply can't take care of it without hiring white people. Finally, Black Bear, feeling helpless, told Zhao Hongyu the main reason. My people have all been allocated a lot of land. I could have asked the Mohicans to work for me, but what would happen to their own land after they came to work for me? So, hiring white people is out of the question, Your Excellency, father-in-law. Is the decision. I was just asking casually, Zhao Hongyu said to Black Bear. He didn't want his father-in-law to misunderstand him and feel uncomfortable asking too many questions. You asked, I won't overthink it. Besides, you should know something. You own the majority of the land, cattle, sheep, and horses, and Emma has her share too. Black Bear looked at Zhao Hongyu seriously and said, I'm just managing it for you two. After we die, won't all this property still belong to you too, father-in-law? What are you talking about? You're still so young and in such good health. It's too early to talk about this, Zhao Hongyu quickly replied. By the way, I've promoted a black butler. I want you to meet him. Black Bear suddenly told Zhao Hongyu something else. A black butler? Just as Zhao Hongyu was puzzled, Black Bear clapped his hands, and a black man in his 50s, dressed in European-style men's clothing, approached from a distance. He wore a white European-style shirt, tight pants, and a pair of black leather shoes. Of course, the white socks were made to reach his calves and were visible. Greetings, Master, and Your Highness. Arriving before Black Bear and Zhao Hongyu, the black butler bowed respectfully and greeted them. He was once a slave, too. I bought him from the Dutch, Black Bear introduced him. He's very intelligent. In a short time, he learned the Mohawk language, English, and a little French. Zhao Hongyu, listening to his father-in-law's introduction, became intrigued. I named him Obama. What do you think? Zhao Hongyu, sipping his coffee, couldn't help but spit it out when he heard his father-in-law say this. Great, great, that's a great name, Black Bear continued. He's very loyal to me. He's the one who informed me of several incidents of unrest. It's precisely because of his contributions that I took him with me and made him the steward of the estate. Zhao Hongyu studied the 50-year-old man with a short beard with great interest. To betray one's compatriots is something not many people could do. However, Zhao Hongyu wasn't surprised at the appearance of such a person. Such people existed in later generations. Besides, it was common for people to experience mental distortions under the influence of fear and pressure when they were in unexpected situations. Zhao Hongyu still remembered watching an American film set during the slave era. In the film, a black slave steward on a white manor was extremely loyal to his master and even helped him exploit his fellow slaves. Perhaps Obama's steward was just such a person. Chapter 259 Human nature is so hard to understand. Black Bear then introduced Zhao Hongyu to the white captain of the guards and the head maid of the black servants. They all displayed respect and humility before Zhao Hongyu. They knew the young man they met held a higher status than their Mohawk master. He was the true master of this land, possessing supreme authority. Numerous male and female slaves were working around, some tending the lawn, others repairing wooden fences, and others pruning flowers. Everything seemed peaceful. These were the best performing slaves, and thus they were allowed to enter the manor and live with their master. Their quality of life on the manor was undoubtedly different from that of the other slaves. Furthermore, unlike the slaves outside, they lived without shackles or fetters. Compared to the other slaves, they enjoyed a higher status. Furthermore, Black Bear assigned them wives. It was unthinkable for a slave to have a wife. But Black Bear did it, and the results were quite positive. At least the slaves on the estate were far more loyal to him than those working in the fields. Just then, a white guard rode up the gravel road leading to the fields to the estate gate. The black butler greeted him and they exchanged a few words. A short while later, a carriage arrived from the end of the road. Zhao Hongyu looked over and saw what appeared to be several slaves. They stumbled and were dismounted. Then, escorted by the black butler, Obama, and the white guards, they were taken to a large wooden warehouse nearby. What's going on? Zhao Hongyu asked Black Bear curiously. Black Bear glanced at him, then turned to Zhao Hongyu and said, I guess the slaves are causing trouble, or maybe they've escaped. My management of the slaves here is relatively lenient, but there are always those who are perverse and want to cause trouble. Zhao Hongyu sighed and stopped asking. He knew that oppression was inevitable in any era, and within his empire, such things were unavoidable. But he still felt uncomfortable. Don't worry about it. Obama will take care of it. Black Bear, unaware of his son-in-law's current gloom, was in high spirits. Several slaves carried several tables from the room behind him into the courtyard, set them up, and covered them with pristine white tablecloths. Tableware and wine glasses were placed on the tables one after another. These slaves have all been trained by the White Guard captain. Of course, your corps commander also provided some advice. Seeing his son-in-law's interest in the slaves, Black Bear spoke up. I was wondering how they understood the rules so well. It turns out they've been trained. Zhao Hongyu was quite surprised. Black Bear smiled and said, of course, without training, how could they possibly know so much? As the two were conversing, the sound of a whip cracking on a body came from the large, white-painted warehouse. Then there was a scream. Zhao Hongyu knew that this was a lesson for the slaves who had been brought back. The sound did not last long before it stopped. Then, a few white guards, in pairs, carried a dying slave out of the warehouse. Behind them followed a black butler named Obama. They carried the tortured slaves and walked to a tall tree outside the manor. Then, a few white guards tied up the slaves and hung them on the tree trunk. Zhao Hongyu saw it clearly. After the slaves were hung up, the butler named Obama walked over and took the dagger from the white guards and slit the throats of the slaves very skillfully. After doing all this, everyone dispersed. Several white guards got on their war horses and returned to the fields in the distance. The black butler returned to Zhao Hongyu and the others. Obama, what exactly did those guys do? It's not a big deal that you executed a few of them, but they were all bought with silver. Black Bear wasn't overly emotional about the death of a few slaves, but those slaves had been bought with money, after all. So, he needed to get to the bottom of it. Zhao Hongyu, sitting nearby, though expressionless, internally lamented that his father-in-law had become a heartless plantation owner. 18th century American plantation owners were just that kind of heartless. It seemed his father-in-law had become that kind of person. Master, those black slaves attacked a guard, killed him, and tried to escape. Unfortunately, they were caught after 3 days, so I executed them. Obama's response made Zhao Hongyu's eye twitch. Black slaves? Damn, you're black yourself, how can you use that tone? But Zhao Hongyu felt relieved when he thought of the existence of such people in the future. Yes, in later generations, there was a certain type of person in China. After traveling to an island nation, they would change the name of their country and constantly accuse their compatriots of being Chinese. Those who went to Europe, on the other hand, would complain about their homeland's flaws and constantly wish they were white. Such eccentrics weren't just found in later generations, they existed even in our own time. Obama, the butler, was a prime example. It was precisely this thought that made Zhao Hongyu feel relieved. Strange, to have encountered such an eccentric. However, Zhao Hongyu had no intention of doing anything to this eccentric. After all, everything Obama did was for his father-in-law, for the estate and its land, and for managing the other slaves. Ultimately, this guy was just being loyal. Oh, so it's those people from 3 days ago? If it's them, then just execute them, Black Bear said to Obama calmly after learning the reason. Go wash up. His Highness will be having lunch with us today. Please ask the young lady and my wife to come out of the house as well. After the eccentric butler Obama left, Black Bear turned to Zhao Hongyu and asked seriously, do you think these slaves could be put to good use if they were recruited as soldiers? I think if used well, they could be very useful for the development of the empire. To be honest, Zhao Hongyu had considered what Black Bear said, but he and his team ultimately rejected it. First, the empire currently had sufficient troops, so using slaves was unnecessary. Furthermore, as the territory expanded, the number of slaves would undoubtedly increase. These people would inevitably remain enslaved, and liberating them was unlikely for the time being. Giving them weapons at the same time would be extremely risky. So, Zhao Hongyu replied, we've considered this, but it's not feasible. However, it's possible to select a few and grant them imperial citizenship, setting them as role models. This would give the slaves hope and help maintain stability. Black Bear nodded, but didn't discuss the issue further. He knew it was best not to offer advice on matters of state. His ideas couldn't compare to his son-in-law's. He might even cause trouble for him. He'd just said those words casually, not even himself. Give those slaves some hope. However, Black Bear gave Zhao Hongyu a strange look after hearing what he said. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, we should give the slaves hope. Hope will motivate them to work hard, and that will be very helpful in stabilizing them and preventing them from causing trouble. Coming from the future, Zhao Hongyu understood these matters perfectly. For example, we could grant citizenship to your butler, Obama. His wife and children would also have citizenship rights, and he wouldn't be a slave anymore. His children could even grow up to become civil servants in the empire. What do you think the slaves would think? Zhao Hongyu smiled at his father-in-law. Black Bear opened his mouth wide, and after a long pause, he said, they'll probably be dumbfounded. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Besides being dumbfounded, they'll also see hope. As long as they work hard and don't mess around, they'll be free and live as citizens of the empire. Zhao Hongyu knew all too well what hope meant to slaves. He also understood how excited they would be if he did this. Especially when they saw the role models of those who succeeded and actually became citizens, the shock it would have on them. Of course, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't actually restore freedom to all the slaves. Strictly speaking, Zhao Hongyu was deceiving them. Although this was unethical, but don't misunderstand, father-in-law. I just plan to set a few examples over a few years to give those slaves hope. In essence, I'm deceiving them. Zhao Hongyu then explained his plan to his father-in-law, the consequences of this approach, and the fundamental nature of this method. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Black Bear felt his brain was a little off. Son-in-law, you do it. I can't understand what's wrong with your brain. I can't think of such a solution, Black Bear said to Zhao Hongyu sincerely, and at the same time, he was glad that he and Zhao Hongyu had become in-laws. Dad, what are we going to have for lunch? I'm starving. Emma, Sarah, her mother, and a dozen black slave servants approached. Before they even got close, Emma started yelling. Chapter 260 The Old Woman Pretending to be Stupid. Lunch was a bountiful feast, thanks to the bountiful bounty of America. The delicious, sweet wild mushroom soup was made with fresh mushrooms gathered by the slaves that morning from the forests. These wild mushrooms are ubiquitous throughout the American continent. The flavor of this wild mushroom soup is simply irresistible. In later times, while wild mushrooms still existed, they weren't as delicious. Especially in China, they were incredibly rare. Even if they were available, they were incredibly expensive. A pristine white plate arrived, revealing steamed potatoes mashed into a mash, beef slow-cooked over a wood fire with 13 spices, and crisp lettuce drizzled with beef sauce. The aroma was mouth-watering, and I couldn't stop drooling. The fertile fields of Manhattan Island yielded a wealth of short-lived vegetables, which were used to enhance everyone's meals. So, now Zhao Hongyu and his companions could enjoy some vegetables. In front of each person was a plate of potatoes and beef, accompanied by a bowl of wild mushroom soup. It is not clear whether this is considered Western food or Chinese food. Anyway, Europeans today call it Song food. Many dishes from Manhattan have spread to Europe through some merchants and sailors. It actually set off a food storm, attracting Europeans to flock to it. This is something no one expected. After lunch, the family was happy. After the meal, the servants brought tea, allowing everyone to enjoy a pleasant afternoon. Zhao Hongyu talked and laughed with his father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as Emma and Sarah. The family looked so harmonious and perfect. Zhao Hongyu told a few classic jokes, which made Black Bear almost laugh to death. Even the black butler standing behind him couldn't help laughing. Afterwards, the mother-in-law, Emma and Sarah, the three of them, began to lower their voices and talk about the women's previous whispers. And Zhao Hongyu also asked about the pirates on Manhattan Island. Are those pirates in the East relatively honest? Have they given you any trouble? The gangs, controlled by the intelligence department, collaborated very smoothly with the pirates. With the gang's tips, many pirates made significant deals. Meanwhile, Manhattan also acquired a number of ships. With these pirates' trade, casualties are inevitable. The dead are easily dealt with, but the injured are all sent to the sanatorium east of Manhattan Island. This sanatorium was built specifically for pirates. They're quite honest. After all, they're all injured. So they can't do anything special. By the time their injuries heal, their captains will have returned from Europe. So, by then, I'll have them transported to Manhattan Harbor, so they won't have to stay in the sanatorium. Besides, these guys have money. Tell me what you need, and I'll send someone to Manhattan City to get it for you. There's food, drink, and entertainment in Liangyan. Why would they cause trouble, right? Seeing Zhao Hongayu's question, Black Bear explained the situation of the pirates in the sanatorium. It would be best if those guys didn't cause any trouble, so Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, those guys are pirates. They're used to the bloody business, so I'm a little worried. Black Bear patted Zhao Hongyu on the shoulder. It's very remote and sparsely populated over there. It's also a long way from us Mohicans, so even if they wanted to cause trouble, who could they possibly mess with? Besides, they're all injured. Don't they even consider their own situation? Zhao Hongyu nodded, knowing his concerns might be unnecessary. Black Bear continued, since you're here this time, I'll take you there this afternoon. You haven't seen the sanatorium yet, right? Let's go and see it, and you'll be relieved. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to refuse Black Bear's invitation. He also wanted to go there and learn more about the sanatorium and the pirates who live there. The Iroquois remnants around Quebec hadn't been completely cleared out yet. He couldn't set off for Quebec, so he might as well find something to do to kill time. When things in Quebec were resolved, he could take Sarah and Emma to Quebec to declare sovereignty and stabilize the French. After finishing these things, he could also start his journey in Europe, right? Come, have some tea, father-in-law. Zhao Hongyu smiled and raised his teacup, motioning. Black Bear also smiled and raised the teacup in his hand and responded. Dividing line, Your Majesty William. According to intelligence, the French in the Quebec region of America are likely to be incorporated into the territory of the Song Empire. At this point, the French have no foothold in America, London, England at this time. King William of England was listening to a report on the situation in America. A month ago, the Spanish were defeated by the Dutch. The Dutch used the 5-shot tactic, which was introduced from America. It seems that after this battle, this tactic will be adopted by all nations. After the Spanish were defeated, Frederick V led the Protestant coalition forces of Bohemia and Prussia to join the Dutch and engage in a fierce battle with the Catholic coalition commander, Count Illis, in the White Mountains. We haven't received the latest battle report yet, so we can't assess it. At this time, the war between Protestants and Catholics was raging on in Europe. The Spanish had just been defeated, and before the Dutch could even breathe a sigh of relief, their enemies attacked again. The Habsburg family currently held numerous allies in political and military power in Europe. Their influence intimidated some people, and they joined the opposing camp. As a result, Europe was now in chaos and turmoil. Meanwhile, Britain, isolated from the European continent, was currently enjoying a period of peace and tranquility. This might be one of the benefits of being far from the European continent. And it's precisely because of this that Britain has been able to sit back and watch the European nations clash, reaping huge benefits from it. It must be said that Britain's geographical location is incredibly advantageous. It's a natural advantage. We can't fall behind in learning new American tactics. If the French lose Quebec, the Song Empire will become even more powerful. This isn't necessarily a good thing for us in Britain. Emperor William's face was filled with a serious expression. We must increase immigration to Virginia and Pennsylvania. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist the Song Empire, William reminded his ministers. How could the ministers not see this? After the French lost Quebec, they had a premonition that the Song Empire was targeting Virginia and Pennsylvania. After all, if it were the British, they would have done the same. Thinking this way, it's no wonder William was so worried. Your Majesty, many people are unwilling to leave their homes, so we can't find enough people quickly. Besides, even if we could mobilize them to go to America, it would take time, some ministers complained, outlining the problems and difficulties. William's rosy red eyebrows twitched, and then he raised a hand to stroke his orange-red beard. Remove those criminals from prison and send them to America. I think they can temporarily alleviate this problem. After all, it was a country's past, and he quickly came up with a good solution. After hearing William's proposal, the ministers immediately began to flatter him, their words of flattery flowing one after another. We need to be wary of the Song Empire. But we can't anger them either. You know, the most profitable goods are produced in the Song Empire. If we offend them, we won't be able to buy their goods, William warned his flattering ministers with a serious face. His Majesty's feelings about the Song Empire were truly complex. The Song Empire had appeared so suddenly, as if it had descended from the sky. This caught all European nations off guard, as they had previously been completely unaware of this. For one thing, the Song Empire had emerged with remarkable strength. With the growth of maritime trade, news from the Americas revealed the Song Empire's strength and its constant transformation. This made His Majesty William feel uneasy. Such a powerful empire, though still far from Europe, wasn't necessarily a good thing for Virginia and the British territories in America. William knew full well that as the Song Empire grew stronger, its ambitions would inevitably expand and it would take actions detrimental to the British territories. If William were in charge of the Song Empire, he would certainly have acted in this way. Fortunately, the Song Empire's naval power was not strong, so it couldn't affect Europe or the seas. Otherwise, William would have been even more uneasy. But who knows what will happen in the future? In a country with a population of 30 million, anything could happen. However, William had no clear solution, as Europe was beginning to destabilize, and their focus was entirely on Europe and the seas. As for events in the Americas, they could only wait and see, allowing the Song Empire to unfold. Your Majesty, you are absolutely right. We cannot yet antagonize the Song Empire. While their strength poses a threat to British territories in America, we must maintain good relations with them. After all, much of our current trade is tied to the Song Empire. Offending them would be disproportionately costly. One minister strongly agreed with William's warning. The current war between Protestants and Catholics has led to chaos in Europe, and the Americas are beyond our reach. For the time being, we cannot address the Americas. We should first address the issues in Europe, several ministers suggested. The Spanish are still reveling in their past glory, completely lacking ambition for progress. The new tactics developed by the Song Empire demonstrate this point. If we diligently learn and improve upon them, we might be able to replace the Spanish and become the new hegemon of the seas and the world. William, withdrawing his thoughts, seriously directed his ministers back to the issues of Europe. It must be said that the distance between the American continent and Europe saved Zhao a great deal of trouble. It's not that Europeans were blind to the threats posed by the Song Empire, but the Atlantic Ocean between them forced them to consider matters with greater caution. At the southern tip of France, on the outskirts of Marseilles, a secluded estate, dozens of carriages filed into the grounds. Knights, wearing wide-brimmed black hats emblazoned with the French royal crest, proudly rode their horses alongside. This was France's most elite force, subordinated solely to the royal family. The musketeers, with 6 short pistols slung on their sides and backs, carried a long pole arquebus and a rapier on the backs of their horses. This was the standard equipment of the musketeers. Their numbers were small, far from the scale of their expansion under Louis Zhao. However, this very fact demonstrates that not everyone could join the musketeers, and underscores the importance of the individuals in their accompanying carriages. If they were important figures, the royal family wouldn't have sent musketeers for protection. The carriages stopped at the manor's gate, and the drivers swiftly alighted and opened the doors. From each carriage, women of varying ages emerged. Their clothing wasn't new, even somewhat worn. Their faces expressed not only confusion but also fear and doubt. What does Queen Mary want? Is she going to execute us here? One of the women, about 60 years old and wearing a puffy skirt but not a revealing one, shouted to the musketeer captain as he rode up. As the elderly woman spoke, the younger women in the group, pale-faced, gathered around her, tugging at her skirt like frightened deer. Madam, this manor will belong to Countess Sarah from now on. Queen Mary asked me to convey her apologies to you and Countess Sarah. There have been many misunderstandings lately. The old woman's eyes sparkled at the captain's words. Oh, so it's a misunderstanding? I see. I will convey Her Majesty's kindness to Sarah, but I don't know where Sarah is right now. The old woman astutely concluded from the captain's words that their release by Queen Mary was clearly due to Sarah. And how had Sarah managed to convince Queen Mary to release these powerless women and offer an apology? The old woman was well aware of the schemes of the royal family and the nobles. She had initially prepared for the worst, but now it seemed that things weren't as bad as she had imagined. It was a pity that Sarah had gone to America, otherwise she would have wanted to ask in person. In fact, the women all knew about Sarah's trip, because it was they who had urged her to go there to fight for their rights as widows. But now, the old woman could only pretend to be stupid until she figured out the situation. Chapter 261. They are all bargaining chips. This estate outside Marseilles was enormous. More than enough to house these widows. The vast expanse of fertile land provided them with ample food and clothing, freeing them from the worry of money. Furthermore, The land was already being cultivated by over 500 indentured servants, freeing them from any worries. It could be said that Mary had accomplished everything she could, a fact that would have filled any ordinary person with immense joy. However, as the leader of these widows, the eldest woman of the Samuel family, she saw things differently. Queen Mary was renowned for her ruthlessness, and she had long coveted the Quebec territories in America, constantly plotting behind the scenes. The demise of all the male members of the Samuel family had nothing to do with Queen Mary. In fact, all the plans against the Samuel family were orchestrated and ordered by Queen Mary. The old woman was certain of this. She knew Sarah had decided to go to the American continent and regain control of the territory, a last-ditch effort. Although she wasn't optimistic about such an action, it was the best option under the circumstances. As the saying goes, it's better to fight to the death than to wait for death. Even if she ultimately failed, at least she had tried. Shortly after Sarah arrived in America, 2 months later, the women were captured and imprisoned in the dark dungeons. The families of the American officials they had captured were rescued by members of the nobility and royal family. By then, the old woman knew their plan had failed. Sarah might have perished in America, her body buried nowhere. Perhaps her body hadn't even been buried, but simply left in the wilderness, to be devoured by wild animals. So, the old woman resigned herself to her fate, knowing she had completely failed. And the consequence of this failure was that the Samuel family would vanish from history. As she awaited her death in the dungeon, a sudden turn of events occurred. The prison guards, who had previously treated the woman harshly, seemed to have changed their attitude. This change felt completely abrupt, even a little strange. From that moment on, the old woman had a feeling that things might not be as she imagined. Now they had even been released and settled in a beautiful manner. The old woman wasn't stupid. After all, she was over 60 years old, and she could see through some clues. After the Samuel family fell from power, those who had once been friends with them all shunned them, treating them like streetwalkers. This made them experience the fickleness of human nature and the world's cruelty. Those who owed them money simply turned their backs on them. Everyone knew that the Samuel family would be wiped out by Queen Mary, so why would they pay their debts? Therefore, their release by Queen Mary was definitely not the result of the help of their former friends. Those people wished these women would die immediately. Because if they died, their debtors would no longer have to repay their debts to the Samuel family, right? These musketeers. After escorting the women of the Samuel family to the manor, they departed with a carriage. The manor stewards and servants met the women, then the old woman excused them to go back to work. Meanwhile, the women, each with their own concerns, gathered in the guest room to discuss what had happened. With the men of the Samuel family dead, the women had taken charge. Aside from the incompetent and brainless girls, and the young girls, at least 5 women had gathered. "Mother, what do you think Queen Mary is up to?" The eldest daughter of the Samuel family, a girl about 15 years old, delicate and graceful with bright blue eyes, asked the old woman first. "Mary wouldn't do such a thing. I think there must be some reason we don't know about. Unfortunately, the coachman and musketeers on the way here refused to talk, so I couldn't get any more useful information." The girl looked at the old woman with regret. The other women remained silent, waiting for the old woman's response. In the eyes of these women, the old woman was the one with some sense and the power to make decisions. Meanwhile, Sarah, once quite capable, was still a mystery. "I'm not sure. All of this is so bizarre and illogical, but I think it's related to Sarah. Maybe something happened to her back in America that made Queen Mary wary," the old woman said, expressing what she had always suspected. It had to be said that the old woman's intuition was spot on. Their survival was truly connected to Sarah, far away in the Americas. It was a shame they still knew nothing about this. "We'd better not act rashly now. Until we understand the situation, restrain those girls and those unruly little ones." The old woman stood up, walked to the side, and peered through the window. She saw a number of people lurking outside the manor. It looked as if they were watching them. "Perhaps we're under house arrest, but that's better than losing our lives. I think the answers to all this will only come after Sarah returns." The old woman withdrew her gaze and shared her speculations and tentative conclusions with the women. In the days that followed, some of the old woman's words were proven true. As she'd predicted, the women were forbidden from leaving the manor. Every time they stepped outside, they were intercepted by the watchers. Of course, these watchers were polite and didn't give the women too much trouble. Even when the women were angry, They remained friendly. But there was one thing, leaving was absolutely impossible. By this point, the women knew they were under Queen Mary's house arrest. They could become leverage, a weapon to hold Sarah hostage. They didn't know what Sarah had done in the Americas to make Queen Mary so wary of her that she would use widows like them to threaten her. But at least the women felt a sense of relief, knowing their lives were no longer in danger. Although their freedom was restricted, they finally no longer had to live in the dark dungeon, surrounded by rats, stench, and filth. Unlike the adults, who were filled with worry, the children were delighted. For these little girls, as long as they didn't have to continue living in the terrifying dungeon and didn't have to face those vicious men, this life was pure paradise. They loved it. As for the restrictions on their freedom, let them be restricted. It was nothing serious. The manor's housekeeper and servants simply shook their heads and gave the same answer to whatever the women asked. Thus, the women gave up and settled into a life of eating, sleeping, and sleeping. Even if they didn't want to live like this, they couldn't. There was nothing they could do. Only the old woman spent every day on the second floor, leaning against a balcony, looking out, as if waiting for something. Yes, she was waiting for Sarah. She longed for the day when she would see Sarah appear on the straight road leading to the manor's main entrance and tell them the truth. Although the old woman seemed calm and composed now that she lived in the manor, she was actually deeply worried. She feared something unexpected would happen, plunging them, who had just seen hope, back into despair. So, every day, the old woman prayed in her heart, hoping that God would protect Sarah, the troubled Samuel family, and the women and children. In the courtyard outside the manor, several little girls in white, tutu-style skirts strolled. They were the youngest members of the Samuel family. Although all the men in the Samuel family were dead, the women were still there. As long as they lived, there was still hope. Mary, what could have compelled you, such a cruel woman, to make such a choice? You must be deeply afraid of Sarah, otherwise you wouldn't have let us go. I wish the truth would come out. I still want to see that hypocritical face of yours. The old woman stood by the bed, muttering to herself. Meanwhile, the protagonist of her words, Lady Sarah, was currently en route to Quebec with her lover and an 800-man Chinese genetic guard. Chelsea, with his crew, sailed out of Manhattan, manning the HMSC Sovereign, Manhattan's only battleship, heading north to Quebec, where the St. Lawrence River meets the Atlantic Ocean. This way, Zhao Hongyu, Sarah, Emma, and Wang Sham could sail directly to Europe after completing their business in Quebec. I heard Queen Mary has released the women of the Samuel family and placed them in an estate outside Marseilles. Now you don't have to worry about them, my dear, Zhao Hongyu and Sarah chanted as they rode on horseback. Little Emma chattered happily with her mohawk-clad maid. They're just leverage Mary holds against me. They're under house arrest in that estate. But it's better than living in a dungeon with rats and rotting rats. Sarah was no fool, she knew Mary's methods. She also understood the current situation of the Samuel women. Chapter 262 Quebec changes ownership. Don't worry too much. Once we get to Europe, we'll take those poor women with us. Mary won't say anything when we take them away, she wouldn't dare confront us. Seeing the worry on Sarah's face, Zhao Hongyu rode closer and reached out to hold Sarah's hand, comforting her. Zhao Hongyu knew he had the ability to do what he said. Once he arrived in Europe and wanted to take those women, Mary wouldn't be able to stop him. The French needed him, and they needed Manhattan goods. Therefore, the French wouldn't antagonize him just for a few women. Zhao Hongyu was certain of this. Sarah's expression eased slightly at this, and she smiled at him. Don't worry, I know you'll do it for me. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Zhao Hongyu and Sarah looked in the direction of the shot and saw Emma lowering her flintlock and shouting. I hit it. I shot a rabbit. Maggie, bring it back to me quickly. It turned out that little Emma had shot the shot. She'd treated this trip to Quebec as a pleasant hunting outing. But that was fine, as long as Emma was happy. The girl in the mohawk dress whose name was called rushed out on her horse. These girls, no more than 13 years old, had been carefully selected by Zhao Hongyu's father-in-law from among the Mohawk children. They served Emma not only as playmates and maids, but also as personal guards. They had all received combat training from Song Hu, making them quite skilled. Maggie quickly returned to Emma's side, holding a fat rabbit aloft in her hands. You really hit it. Your Highness, Emma, you're amazing. Emma's face lit up at Maggie's compliment, and she turned to look at Zhao Hongyu and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, I'm really amazing, aren't I? Zhao Hongyu and Sarah exchanged a glance, each catching sight of the smile in the other's eyes. They were still little kids, after all. Yeah, my Emma's got a good mouth. This time she got a rabbit. Next time, she'll have to hunt something bigger. Zhao Hongyu appeased the little one's desire to show off. Technically speaking, their journey had been quite smooth, with no troubles. The Iroquois in the area surrounding Fort Quebec had long been completely wiped out by bounty hunters. Even if a few had slipped through the net, a few would not have been enough to sustain a large force, and those creatures would have been living in constant fear, making it impossible for them to remain in the area. The Iroquois had a feud with the Indian tribes in the area, and if they had encountered them, their fate would have been no better. Therefore, until Zhao Hongyu and his companions arrived in Quebec, everything was safe and sound. Lamar, along with the Somali army, lined up outside the fort to greet them. It was quite a spectacle. However, Zhao Hongyu thought it was a bit of a formality. The French, however, were quite pleased. They believed that such a grand spectacle could confirm Zhao Hongyu's status as the crown prince of the empire, and that he was worthy of his status. Sitting on horseback, Zhao Hongyu kept smiling and waving to the crowd. He maliciously imagined that if he said a few words at this moment, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work," would these Frenchmen shout in unison, "Serve the people, Lord Sarah, be well. Glory to you. God bless you, Your Highness." Generally speaking, the French in Quebec were friendly, and no such unexpected situation occurred. It seemed that taking control of Quebec was a foregone conclusion. Zhao Hongyu was very happy. Arriving at the heart of the fortress, the group stopped. Sarah, as the lord of this place, dismounted and walked to a small platform there. The platform was in the middle of an intersection and seemed to be specially used for speeches. "Your Highness, this platform is where the officials issue decrees. It can also serve as a temporary podium," Lamar, who was accompanying Zhao Hongyu, explained. After all, having lived here for quite a while, Lamar already had a good understanding of the fort's conditions. After nodding to Lamar to indicate his understanding, Zhao Hongyu returned his gaze to Sarah. Sarah was dressed in a red parade uniform with a gold pattern border, giving her a strikingly heroic look. Her white trousers and black leather boots caught the gazes of all the French. At Sarah's waist hung a command sword with a gold gauntlet. Was this the attire of a Song dynasty woman or an aristocrat? It was a little strange, but beautiful. The Frenchmen around the stage, observing Sarah standing on the stage, all pondered to themselves. Although they had never seen Sarah's outfit before, it was truly stunning. It immediately attracted the attention of many. They found the Song Empire's attire more appealing than the currently popular Spanish aristocratic garb. Sarah then began her speech. Her message was simple: Quebec had been incorporated into the Song Empire and would henceforth belong to the imperial royal family. Essentially, it was a mere announcement, aimed squarely at all the French in Quebec. The French didn't react much to Sarah's words. They felt it didn't matter to them who Quebec belonged to. It didn't matter who owned it, it wasn't theirs anyway. But what Sarah said next was what truly captivated them. After Quebec became part of the Song Empire, the French could choose to stay or leave. Those who stayed could learn the rules and regulations of the Song Empire and abide by them. After 5 years, they could pass the imperial examination and become citizens. Citizenship offered many benefits, such as food and other daily necessities, which, despite purchase restrictions, were very affordable. They could enjoy significant discounts compared to those who crossed the ocean to trade. In short, the treatment the empire offers its citizens is truly exceptional. Children can go to school for free. Job opportunities abound, and as long as you're willing to work hard, you won't have to worry about not earning a living. This is a huge draw for them. Those who don't want to work can rent land from the umbrella corporation and cultivate it, paying a meager annual harvest. The rest is theirs. The French were delighted to hear of such a good opportunity. Of course, the benefits are numerous. As for those who don't want to stay, they can go to Manhattan and board merchant ships back to Europe. The Song Empire won't stop them. Those who don't want to become imperial citizens but don't want to leave can find work in Quebec, Ontario City, or Manhattan. However, they will need to obtain a temporary residence permit and pay a hefty annual foreign residency tax. In short, it's up to the adults to make their own choices. After Sarah finished speaking, it was Zhao Hongyu's turn to speak. His speech was brief: obey the law, and the empire welcomes you. As the queen and mascot of the Indians of the Empire, Emma couldn't help but have a say. She extended an invitation in Mohican to the Indian tribes of Quebec, inviting all of them to Manhattan. Zhao Hongyu and his team spent half a day completing this task. After completing their duties, Lamar handled the rest. All Zhao Hongyu and his team had to do was show up in Quebec and declare their sovereignty. So, after completing all this, Zhao Hongyu and his team went to the accommodation Lamar had prepared to rest. Rest well. We'll be staying in Quebec for a few symbolic days before we depart on the battleship, Zhao Hongyu instructed Sarah and Emma after settling them down. Then, Zhao Hongyu and Lamar departed. How is the publicity in Quebec going? Is it going smoothly? Have the political commissars and propaganda personnel sent here encountered any problems? Zhao Hongyu asked after arriving at Lamar's office. Wang Shan followed behind Zhao Hongyu. Today, he remained quiet and reserved. Your Highness, the policy propaganda is quite good. The French haven't had much resistance. It doesn't matter to them who Quebec belongs to, what matters to them is whether they can survive here and earn silver. Lamar expressed the French's inner thoughts. Zhao Hongyu nodded. That's true. Lies and empty promises are useless. These Europeans only care about what they can realistically achieve. He understood the European character all too well. At this point, Wang Shan, standing behind Zhao Hongyu, finally spoke. We're short of everything except jobs. Building roads, factories, farming, mining, fishing, all require vast numbers of people. Even if we keep buying slaves, we still have a significant population gap. So, as long as these French are willing to work, I guarantee they'll have work and be well compensated. What Wang Shan said was true. The second phase of construction is underway in Manhattan, Ontario City, and Fort Quebec. This requires a lot of manpower. Therefore, the French have no shortage of job opportunities. As long as there's work and money to be made, there's really no need to worry about them causing trouble. Besides, even if they don't want to stay, where else can they go? Returning to Europe? That's out of the question. The reason for leaving Europe is simply because they can't survive. Anyone who's not an idiot knows what they should do. Chapter 263 Departure. Zhao Hongyu and his companions stayed in Quebec for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hongyu accompanied Emma and Sarah, hunting daily in the nearby forests, and their harvest was quite fruitful. Compared to Manhattan, this area, now part of Canada, boasted more abundant and diverse wildlife. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, Zhao Hongyu didn't visit the great waterfall of the later civilization, which was a bit of a pity. Even so, he felt the trip was worthwhile. There was no pollution, industrialization, or the hustle and bustle of the later world. People of this era didn't share Zhao Hongyu's feelings, as they had no idea of the damage inflicted on the typists by the later world, nor the losses they suffered. 3 days later, Lamar and a group of administrators, temporarily elected during the war, arrived at the temporary dock at the southern end of Fort Quebec. Although the war was over, Lamar had not replaced these administrators, allowing them to continue their duties. They were deeply grateful. Of course, Lamar wouldn't leave them alone. At Wang Shan's suggestion, the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Government Disciplinary Committee were established. They were specifically responsible for monitoring the misconduct of grassroots administrative officials, a situation that hung a heavy veil over their heads. The battleship HMS Sea King had arrived a day earlier, causing a sensation. The French had never seen such a large ship before, and for a moment, they even thought it was a naval monster. Once they learned about these imperial-built battleships, the perception of the empire changed. Zhao Hongyu's purpose in bringing the battleship to Quebec had been achieved. He wanted to shock the French, so they wouldn't underestimate the Song Empire. As long as they felt awe, they wouldn't cause any trouble in the future. Even if France contacted these people and urged them to do something detrimental to the empire, they would have to think twice. Such a large warship, with its iron plate exterior and 108 guns, was undoubtedly a formidable weapon in naval warfare. It seems that no European nation today possesses such a powerful warship. If the Song Empire were equipped with such warships, then the future hegemon of the seas. Many people had some thoughts. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hongyu. Your Highness, be careful on this trip to Europe. Don't push yourself too hard. After all, you're only bringing 800 guards and a battleship with a crew of 400 plus sailors, Lamar earnestly warned Zhao Hongyu before he boarded the ship. Haha, don't worry so much. I know what to do. I'm not going to Europe to fight. I'm just trying to see if I can get any benefits, Zhao Hongyu said to Lamar with a smile. Then he turned to look at Wang Shan and patted him on the shoulder. Besides, with Wang Shan by my side, what's there to worry about? Indeed, with Wang Shan by Zhao Hongyu's side, nothing too dangerous should happen. His golden lackey would eliminate any danger immediately. Wang Shan, you must pay attention to your highness's personal safety. Europe is not peaceful. If something goes wrong, the responsibility is more than you and I can bear. You know the consequences, Lamar said to Wang Shan with a very serious expression. Wang Shan nodded. Don't worry, I'll save you the trouble. I'll take care. Once we get to Europe, no matter who it is, if they pose a threat to your highness, I'll deal with them immediately. I don't care if they were believers in God, nobles, or even members of the royal family. Hearing Wang Shan's words, Lamar finally cracked a smile. Well, that's good. I'm relieved to see you're so enthusiastic. Then, your highness, I'll leave you in your care. Wang Shan curled his lips. All right, stop being so fussy. We've said everything we need to say, so we're leaving now. With that, Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu, Lama, and the others said goodbye one by one, then boarded the warship. Emma and Sarah had already boarded. It wasn't like men to bother. Hurry up, I can't wait. Let's sail. I need to see some sea warriors. On the deck, Emma, half exposed, waved and called out to Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan. Yes. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's fantastical stories, the little girl couldn't wait to begin her adventure. Giant whale warriors carrying anchors, beautiful and charming clam beauties, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and turtle prime ministers. Emma had imagined seeing these tribes more than once. But, God forbid, Emma knew these creatures didn't exist, that they were all fabricated by Zhao Hongyu based on some YY novels. Children are so gullible. Zhao Hongyu had fooled the naive little girl into believing such tribes existed in the ocean. If people like them existed on Earth, why couldn't there be some in the ocean? She hadn't seen them, but it might be because he lived so far away. See, children are so naive. Weigh anchor. Hoist the sails. Observe the wind, untie the lines, and maneuver the sails. After Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan boarded the ship, Chelsea began giving the sailors the orders to leave the shore. The Sea Sovereign slowly departed the dock, sailing along the St. Lawrence River toward its Atlantic estuary. Dense, pristine forests lined both banks of the St. Lawrence. As the Sea Sovereign sailed along the waterway, wild animals of all sizes could be seen roaming the waterways. These animals would hide behind tree trunks at the forest's edge, gazing at the massive vessel sailing down the St. Lawrence River, as if trying to understand its nature. Some, like the brave and curious squirrels, would leap from tree to tree, perched on branches to observe the battleship. On the specially constructed attic roof behind the battleship, Zhao Hongyu, Emma, and Sarah lounged in comfortable lounge chairs, basking in the sun or playing card games. If they didn't want to bask in the sun, they could go inside the attic. The spacious interior, lined with large, clear glass windows, offered a clear view of the forest on both sides. Forget card games, even a small dance party would be plenty of space here. The attic had 4 floors. The bottom 2 served as storage. The top 2 floors served as a reception and resting room, while the other housed a bedroom with a large square bed and a white Persian wool carpet. Each of these rooms was 45 square meters. The space was ample. The bedroom's decor, needless to say, was lavishly appointed, with comfort prioritized. Furthermore, considering Emma's Mohawk maids, a special room was built in front of the bedroom to house them. Of course, a bathroom was also required. Look! There's a savrag following us. Emma, enjoying the breeze on the attic rooftop after leaving Quebec dock, suddenly called out to Zhao Hongyu, pointing toward the shore. What's a savrag? Sarah didn't understand the Indian language, so she turned to Zhao Hongyu, perplexed. Zhao Hongyu explained, that's the name of a wild animal. But I prefer to call it a puma. Then, Zhao Hongyu walked over to Emma and looked in the direction of her finger. According to Native American tradition, the savrag is the incarnation of a deity, a messenger representing God on earth. Therefore, seeing this animal signifies happiness and health, and escape from the clutches of bad luck. Admittedly, this wish is a beautiful one, a cherished one for the Indians. Unfortunately, reality often contradicts this wish. This animal, once considered a mascot by the Indians, actually brings death and bloodshed. It eats people. Even so, this doesn't stop the Indians from worshipping the puma. Instead, they believe that anyone eaten by a puma is unclean or has committed some wrongdoing. Zhao Hongyu was deeply frustrated by this phenomenon. But he couldn't change some Native American traditions. Therefore, he could only pray that the Indian children attend school and learn to change these beliefs. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu could understand Emma's excited and shouting reaction. Seeing a mountain lion is a sign of happiness. There it is, let me see, Zhao Hongyu asked, placing his hand on her shoulder. Emma stretched out her right arm, stood on tiptoe, and pointed to a densely forested area on the shore. Right over there, it's a black one. I can see its golden eyes. It's been following us for a long time, haha, it's even following us. It seems it's a very curious creature. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Emma. Yes, animals are curious too. They'll follow or observe something they haven't seen before or are extremely curious about for a long time. In this way, they're just like children. So, sometimes animals can be very cute. Of course, apart from the fact that they can eat people, they are adorable. Oh, I see it. It's indeed a black mountain lion. But it looks injured. There's a little black creature following it. Zhao Hongyu looked through the telescope and got a closer look. Woof woof woof. At that moment, a barking sound echoed from the deck below. 8 hunting dogs, resembling a cross between a Tibetan Mastiff and a German Shepherd, were now leaping up and down, slumping over the deck railings and barking out into the forest. Since following Zhao Hongyu, these hounds had grown stronger and stronger. As they grew, their fiercer natures became more apparent. A single hound could easily take on 3 or 4 wolves, mauling them to death. Even wild boars, feared even by tigers, could be handled by these dogs. And they were incredibly intelligent. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but sigh. This is a treasure. Hunting dogs, a legendary breed in Chinese history, were unfortunately eradicated through the various great dog movements. From this distance, the puma's heat could be smelled, and the dogs began to grow restless. This was their typical reaction when they sensed danger. They bared their fangs and barked furiously at the shore. These hounds had no concept of fear. This was what Zhao Hongyu appreciated most. Stop barking, Zhao Hongyu shouted at the dogs from his perch. Woo woo woo. At their master's call, the dogs obediently stopped barking, each whimpering softly in grievance, as if to say to Zhao Hongyu, Master, why are you being so mean to us? There's a creature in danger on the shore, and we're helping you. Are you saying Savrag is injured? Oh my god, we have to save it. It has a baby with it, right? We'll have better luck if we save it. Emma grabbed Zhao Hongyu's hand and pleaded. I don't know if it's injured. I can't see clearly. And we're still moving, so stopping would be a problem. Zhao Hongyu looked down at Emma with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Emma quickly took the brass telescope from Zhao Hongyu's hand. Through the telescope, a pitch-black mountain lion with bright golden eyes appeared. Hiding behind the dense foliage of the forest, it would occasionally poke its head out to look over. It seemed intent on following the ship. It limped, as if genuinely injured. A small, dark creature would occasionally emerge from the brush, only to be quickly snatched back by a larger head. It's injured. We need to save it. It's the incarnation of a god. If we don't save it, it will bring us bad luck, but if we do, it will bring us good fortune. Emma put down the telescope and turned to Zhao Hongyu again, speaking seriously. Seeing Emma's earnestness, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to disappoint her. Seeing her innocent eyes, Zhao Hongyu's heart softened. Although he didn't believe in the incarnation of a god, Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to agree to the little creature's request in order not to disappoint her. After all, Emma had been with Zhao Hongyu for so long, and she had never made any requests. After all, she was his wife, and he was her husband. As a husband, if he couldn't even meet his wife's request, he would be a complete failure. Wang Shan. Send a few people in a small boat to capture the puma, Zhao Hongyu whispered to Wang Shan. No, I want to go with you, Emma suddenly said to the crowd. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 On the Voyage. Emma ultimately didn't reach shore, but the gene makers did capture the 2 cougars, one large and one small. Catching the 2 cougars was surprisingly easy, as the larger one was already seriously injured. The gene makers easily captured it and its cub. Unusually, The adult black cougar offered no resistance, simply letting the gene makers capture it and transport it and its cub to the warship. Zhao Hongyu found this beast, which resembled a fusion of a cat and a leopard, but was actually a lion, quite bizarre. Looking into its eyes, you could almost feel it was a human. You could see so much meaning in them, as if you were communicating with a mute human. It was a truly strange feeling. You want me to keep your cub, right? Zhao Hongyu crouched before the bound black cougar, addressing it like a fool. The puma's breath was a little weak, but it still blinked humanely. What a human creature. Zhao Hongyu mentally admired him. Untie it. It means no harm, Zhao Hongyu said, turning back to Wang Shan. Your Highness, this is a ferocious beast. Untying it would be dangerous. Wang Shan disobeyed Zhao Hongyu's order, believing it was too dangerous. It doesn't matter. I can tell it's harmless, as if I can read the meaning in its eyes. Besides, it's seriously injured. There are so many people around, Zhao Hongyu insisted. Alright, you're the boss, what else can I say? But your highness, please stay away and don't get too close. Wang Shan was finally persuaded by Zhao Hongyu. As Zhao Hongyu had said, this seemingly ferocious puma was seriously injured, and surrounded by so many fully armed genetics, so even if it was untied, how ferocious could it be? Woohoo! The tiny creature kept circling the adult puma, nudging it with its head and licking its body with its tiny pink tongue. Perhaps due to its youth, the puma didn't sense any danger at all, instead feeling a sense of wonder and curiosity about everything around it. Following Zhao Hongyu's instructions, Wang Shan ordered the ropes to be untied, but he still ordered the genets to remain vigilant. The adult black puma had a large hole in its abdomen, as if from a fight with some beast. It also had numerous wounds. Can it be healed? Emma asked softly, approaching Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. I don't know. It depends on its luck. I can't say anything right now, its injuries are too severe. Without Zhao Hongyu's assurance, Emma felt a little discouraged. However, she also knew that the puma's injuries were indeed very serious and difficult to treat. What a shame. Its fur is so shiny, and its eyes are beautiful. I can sense it cares deeply for its cubs. Perhaps it's following us so we can heal it. Emma leaned against Zhao Hongyu and whispered. I'll definitely have people work hard to cure it. Zhao Hongyu could only offer this promise. Go keep Sarah company. She's too scared to come over. Zhao Hongyu gently stroked Emma's head, then glanced back at Sarah, who was hiding in the distance. Seeing Sarah's fearful expression as she tried to approach, he smiled and said to Emma. She's just timid. She's older than me, Emma grumbled, curling her lips, but she turned and walked over to Sarah. Afterward, Wang Shan ordered the gene technicians to carry the puma and its offspring away for treatment. Whether they could ultimately be cured depended on fate and the puma's own will to live. This was just a minor incident, it couldn't stop Zhao Hongyu and his team from leaving. But at that moment, Emma didn't know that the adult mountain lion she had asked Zhao Hongyu to rescue would soon save her life. Perhaps everything was predestined. 2.5 days later, the battleship, channeling the St. Lawrence River, entered the Atlantic Ocean from the northeastern waters. From the moment it entered the Atlantic, the battleship's sails were fully unfurled, adjusted to optimal conditions. The propellers, hidden beneath the battleship's hull, began their work. The low noise level ensured its presence went unnoticed by Emma and Sarah. And thanks to Zhao Hongyu, this powerful hacker, they had an abundance of food. Grain, fruit, and meat were all fresh and could be purchased through the space-time trader. And the cost wasn't high. Compared to the ocean-going voyagers of that era, their lives were akin to paradise. Sarah felt this most deeply. However, she, too, didn't notice anything amiss. The spring monsoons began to blow across the Atlantic, signaling a period of busy sea travel. This monsoon lasts until June, when it gradually changes. Therefore, this season is also the period when European ocean-going ships are most active. Overall, Zhao Hongyu and his crew's voyage felt a bit like a trip. Every morning, Emma, Sarah, Zhao Hongyu, and Wang Shan would ascend to the roof of the stern loft to watch the sun rise over the distant horizon. Enjoying the sea breeze, a sip of strong coffee, and a small steak, this life was incredibly comfortable. Zhao Hongyu's daily routine was to tell Emma and Sarah his reworked YIY stories, about elves, wizards, the abyss, and the entire N system. After creating it, Sarah and Emma were captivated. Of course, since the story had just begun, Zhao Hongyu hadn't yet touched on many of the laws and planes of existence. Even so, He had already won over a woman and a young girl. Every time Wang Shan, standing not far away, quietly watched Zhao Hongyu tell them his stories, he would smile knowingly. Because only he knew what kind of stories His Highness was telling. And so, they sailed across the Atlantic for 5 days. The turquoise sea stretched out as far as the eye could see, and here you felt so small, so insignificant. That day, Zhao Hongyu, Sarah, and Emma were enjoying a relaxing afternoon sunning themselves on the roof of the aft loft. Sarah, like Zhao Hongyu, lay on a lounge chair, resting her eyes. Only Emma couldn't sit still, leaning against the railing and gazing into the distance. At this point in the voyage, the horizon was practically nothing but turquoise blue. There wasn't much to see. But Emma wasn't like that. She remained visibly excited. Everything she was experiencing seemed magical to her. For the first time, she realized the vastness of the ocean. Looking up at the night sky at sea was so ethereal. It was something she had never experienced before. Come to think of it, if it weren't for Zhao Hongyu, Emma, the girl with the mohawk, would never have had such an experience. Not to mention crossing the Atlantic Ocean by ship. Even if she could, she would probably be taken as a slave and put on the slave ship by the slave traders. At this time, Emma suddenly discovered something interesting. Around the stern of the ship, there was a large group of fish-like animals that were constantly jumping out from under the sea. They seemed to be showing off their skills, jumping and controlling, doing somersaults or circles, and occasionally calling, "Dot." Are these also fish? Emma has never seen this kind of animal. Or are they some wild beasts that can swim? On second thought, Emma thought to herself. These guys who suddenly appeared have been following the battleship for a long time. It seems that these guys are very interested in the battleship. Come and see, what is this? Is it a wild beast that can swim? After thinking about it, Emma still couldn't figure it out, and finally she asked Zhao Hongyu for help. Hearing Emma's call, Zhao Hongyu jumped from his recliner and walked over, leaning over the railing to take a look. Haha. It's dolphins. Zhao Hongyu took one look and knew what they were. They were kind-hearted, lively, playful sea creatures, eager to play and curious about everything. They were also the most intelligent of the marine animals. They're a fish, but they're also an animal, so you can classify them as either. And they're smart and have good personalities. I guess they spotted us and came here to watch the fun. Coming from the future, Zhao Hongyu was quite knowledgeable about dolphins. After all, he wasn't watching all that Animal World TV for nothing. Are they here to watch us? What fun do we have for them? Emma adorably tilted her head, looking at Zhao Hongyu and asking. These little guys are curious about a lot of things, so they followed us after spotting us. To say they were just watching the fun isn't quite accurate. A more accurate way to put it is, they were observing us. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and came up with a word that would be easier for Emma to understand. Just then, Sarah came over. Hing. Chirp. Just then, a dolphin leaped high from the sea, spun its body several times in the air, and then descended. As it reached the air, it let out a sound that sounded like laughter. Ah, what's that? Sarah exclaimed, just like Emma. Chapter 265, Sea Views. Lower the sails. The sight of the dolphins instantly sparked something interesting for Zhao Hongyu. Furthermore, the dolphins seemed quite interested in them, constantly chasing them. Seeing that Sarah and Emma were both delighted with the dolphins, Zhao Hongyu simply ordered the sails down and the battleship stopped at sea. He planned to spend some time with Sarah and Emma playing with these little seals. The dolphins' appearance also piqued the interest of the genetic people. After lowering the sails and shutting down the propellers, the battleship came to a stop. Genetic sailors and genetic soldiers of the Royal Guards flocked to the deck, craning their necks to gaze down. The dolphins seemed to be attracted to the crowd, and the increasing number of people watching them only piqued their interest. For a moment, the dolphins surrounded the battleship and began their spectacular performance, performing high-altitude tumbles, dives, and various spins. Sarah and Emma watched the dolphins' performance with laughter and delight. Seeing the two of them so happy, Zhao Hongyu secretly used the space-time trader to purchase some live fish and distributed them to the geneticists, Emma and Sarah. These fish could be used as rewards for the dolphins, further stimulating their desire to perform. Most importantly, it would please Sarah and Emma. As the live fish were dropped into the sea one by one, the dolphins became excited. Perhaps they hadn't imagined that simply showing off their skills could secure so much food. Consequently, more and more dolphins joined in the performance. Strictly speaking, the dolphins weren't really performing, they were simply showing off their skills to the battleship. It was as if they were saying, "Hey, buddy. You can't do it. You may be big, but your skills are truly lacking. We're still the best in the sea, and you're too weak." It was a demonstration, yes. But to Zhao Hongyu and his group, these demonstrations became a spectacle. Perhaps it was a generational gap between the species. Regardless, both Zhao Hongyu and his group and the dolphins benefited. Chirp, the dolphins circled the battleship, chirping non-stop. Having satisfied their desire to perform, these dolphins also felt satiated. They began to chirp with high-pitched calls, communicating with each other. Unfortunately, despite Zhao Hongyu's language skills, he couldn't understand the dolphins' language. Otherwise, Zhao Hongyu would have been in a state of confusion, hearing the meaning of these calls. Dolphin 1, these guys are really interesting. It seems our demonstration was effective, they've surrendered. See how many fish there are. They're already scared. Dolphin 2, I did 3 backflips in a row, which scared them into screaming. Then I caught 6 big fish. Apparently, I'm the strongest. Now that they know how powerful we are, there's no need to bother them anymore, right? Dolphin 3, remember their appearance and markings. We'll do the same the next time we see them. These fools are so easily defeated and frightened. This is a good thing for us, everyone. Yeah, it's good to get to know these fools. Look, they look like they were thanking us. Emma jumped up excitedly, tugging at Zhao Hongyu's clothes and pointing at the dolphins, shouting. The dolphins emerged from the water, shaking their heads and chirping. They looked so adorable. They're really smart. They knew we just gave them fish to eat. Sarah nodded in agreement. Look, are they laughing? Emma suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at one of the dolphins and shouted. Zhao Hongyu and Sarah looked in the direction of Emma's finger, and sure enough, they saw a dolphin that seemed to be laughing. The dolphins' anthropomorphic expressions are a bit exaggerated. How could they have such expressions? It must be a problem of angle. Zhao Hongyu was also stunned when he saw it, but he quickly found an explanation for himself. Haha, look, that weird-looking guy was scared silly by me. Yo, you are the most capable. Zhao Hongyu, Emma and Sarah certainly did not understand the conversation between the dolphins. Otherwise, they really didn't know what expressions to use. The dolphins swam around the warship for a while before leaving because they found a large school of cod. After the dolphins left, Wang Shan approached Zhao Hongyu and asked, Your Highness, is it time for us to hoist the sails and set sail? Zhao Hongyu smiled and shook his head. We've already stopped, so why not stay here a little longer? Bring me my fishing rod, I'm going to fish here today. Wang Shan shrugged and said, Alright, since your highness is so at ease, I won't say much. He then turned and left to retrieve Zhao Hongyu's fishing rod. Emma and Sarah were still excited about the dolphins. Let's play poker. How about the double-dipping game, 1 card for 1 silver coin? Emma asked, pulling Sarah aside. Lately, besides listening to Zhao Hongyu's stories, Emma had been playing cards. Sarah was a bit troubled. She didn't have much money on her, and she'd already lost quite a bit in the past few days. Emma was a skilled card player, so if she continued to lose like this, it would be embarrassing. She wouldn't have money to pay the bill, which would be a joke. Seeing Sarah remain silent, Emma quickly said, We can keep a record of the money first, and then pay it back when we have the money. Otherwise, we'll have a lot to talk about. Just play with me, okay? Reality offered to keep a record of the money, and then flirted a bit more. Finally, Sarah agreed to play poker with Emma. But it was clearly impossible for just the two of them. Zhao Hongyu didn't like playing, and both Sarah and Emma knew that. So, they didn't bother him. He always refused to play when they approached him anyway. Besides, he was fishing right now, so he'd be even less likely to pay them any attention. So, the two of them set their sights on Wang Shan. When Sarah and Emma looked at him, Wang Shan shuddered. Can I not play? He screamed. Honestly, Wang Shan had been forced to play with them for the past few days, and he'd lost a lot of money. If he weren't in charge of the intelligence department and the Manhattan Mafia, he'd probably be completely wiped out. God knows why Emma has such a talent for gambling. She's a master at poker. No, Emma acted like a queen, instantly making Wang Shan bow his head in frustration. But soon, Wang Shan had a brilliant idea. Your Majesty, if you want me to play with you, I'm fine. But I'm going to try something different. Let's play dice. Yes, losing like this wouldn't work. Emma was clearly a master at cards. Neither Wang Shan nor Sarah could possibly beat her. And Emma would occasionally give Sarah some slack to keep her from losing so much. But for him, it was all about winning. So, to avoid a huge debt in the future to this gambling queen, Wang Shan had to change his strategy. You're a great card player, aren't you? Then I'll switch to dice. That way, you won't be able to compete. Wang Shan's calculations were quite clever. Emma thought for a moment and nodded to Wang Shan. Okay, anything to play is better than nothing. Let's play dice. And so, Zhao Hongyu leisurely began fishing. Wang Shan played dice with Emma and Sarah. Time passed, and Zhao Hongyu hadn't caught a single fish. Emma, Sarah, and Wang Shan moved from the attic to the deck. The dice players were joined by the genetic sailors and the genetic guards. Zhao Hongyu glanced at the people who were so engrossed in the game, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It's rare that everyone is so relaxed. And Emma and Sarah are so happy. It would be great if everyone could be so happy in the future, but it seems unlikely for the time being. Zhao Hongyu slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the blue sky. People are unhappy when they have ambitions. And I now have ambitions, so I can't enjoy this leisure time. I don't know if my choice is right or wrong. Sitting there, Zhao Hongyu began to think about what he was doing for the first time. Now, he owns half of North America and controls eastern Canada. A city of his own has begun to be built across the Mississippi River. If he could just stop dwelling on it, he could now fully enjoy life. With the 6 armies of Manhattan and his gradually expanding territory, he could completely avoid the need to fight for maritime dominance and be a quiet emperor. Was he absolutely necessary to conquer the ocean? The land he controlled alone would be enough to keep him occupied for 10 years. No, I couldn't think that way. Now that I've arrived in this era and possess the time-trading hack, I must strive to seize more land. If I don't, wouldn't I be a complete fool? Ask yourself, do you want to be a complete fool? Zhao Hongyu closed his eyes and thought. The answer was definitely no. No one in this world wants to be that kind of person. To ignore easily acquired land is something even an idiot wouldn't do. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Hongyu came to a realization. If you don't take what God has given you, you're a fool. To avoid being a fool, then you'll have to work harder. Chapter 266 I want to create a god, Your Highness. After a short day of rest and relaxation, the Sea King set sail again. Along the way, Emma gained a first-hand understanding of the ocean. Millstone-sized sea turtles and spouting whales astounded the young Emma. These foods were things she had never seen or even known. If she hadn't met Zhao Hongyu, the young girl might have remained an ordinary person on the American continent, ignorant of the world. Now she understood what the world truly was like, and how rich and diverse it was. Of course, what she had seen was only a small fraction of the world. But even so, it was enough to leave her stunned every day, as if she were in a fairy tale. To broaden her knowledge, Wang Shan taught her basic geography daily. Emma was now arguably the most knowledgeable young woman on the American continent. She even knew more than some adult Indians. It was simple. As the wife of His Highness, the future Queen of the Indians, how could Emma be so uninformed? Wang Shan wouldn't let His Highness's wife become that kind of person. Fortunately, Emma was still young, so it wasn't too late to start learning. As for Sarah, she, of course, attended the lecture as an auditor. Sarah had just learned that the Song Empire on the American continent was far more powerful than European civilization. At least, she hadn't known there was so much knowledge about the ocean. 2 women, one large and one small, came to Wang Shan's lectures every day. Since Wang Shan was just chatting anyway, he took advantage of the voyage to give them a good lesson. Zhao Hongyu had no objection. As the 2 women closest to him, knowing more would be a huge benefit to him. At the very least, they would have something to talk about in the future. So, not only did he not object, he even supported Wang Shan's approach. Is the world we live in really round? This was the question Emma asked the first time she heard Wang Shan state this fact. The little girl's eyes widened, as if she had seen a brown bear raping a groundhog. Sarah's performance was a bit better than Emma's. After all, the theory of a spherical Earth was already quite popular in Europe. Since the beginning of the Age of Exploration, navigators had proven this theory, so Sarah didn't react much. However, she did show a keen interest in Wang Shan's talk about galaxies, the universe, and the Milky Way. They sounded mysterious. The universe is vast, and no one knows how big it is. Our ancestors didn't explore it either, and for many unknown reasons, we've lost a lot of our technology and literature. You know, our ancestors once visited the moon, Wang Shan half seriously told the two girls. Zhao Hongai rolled his eyes listening. Damn, only Emma could say that. It's doubtful she could fool Sarah. Who would believe that nonsense about ancestors visiting the moon? Wow, is this true? The ancestors of the Song Empire really visited the moon. It sounds a bit unbelievable to me. Emma wanted to believe it but was unwilling to accept it. She looked at Wang Shan with a very cute expression, like a kitten. Sarah sat there, looking from Zhao Hongaiyu to Wang Shan, as if trying to find the answer in her lover's face. Wang Shan, with a boastful expression, said to them, "Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you about this. In ancient times, our ancestors were able to build vehicles that could carry people and weapons that could destroy entire cities in an instant. You could consider these instruments divine, for only divine weapons could rival them. And these weapons have always been controlled by the royal family, and there are records of them." As Wang Shan said this, a hint of mystery appeared on his face. Zhao Hongai was looking for a hole to hide in. He had never seen such a shameless person. Weapons that rival the gods. Emma turned and looked at Zhao Hongaiyu with admiration. "I can't believe my husband's blood flows so noble." It was unclear whether Emma regarded Zhao Hongaiyu's ancestors as gods or what. Regardless, Zhao Hongaiyu felt truly uncomfortable under Emma's gaze. Sarah then asked, "Are you sure you're not talking about myths? You're not talking about real characters or weapons wielded by gods?" After all, she was older than Emma and not so easily fooled. Wang Shan smiled mysteriously, turned to Zhao Hongaiyu, and said, "Your Highness, don't you need to tell your wives something? After all, they'll bear you children and rule the empire." Sarah and Emma both sensed something was amiss, but they couldn't pinpoint what. Emma, on the other hand, thought, the more powerful her husband, the better. The little girl's thoughts were simple, not that complicated. Sarah, on the other hand, heard something mysterious in Wang Shan's words. "Wang Shan, come here." Zhao Hongai waved to Wang Shan and then walked with him to the deck. He lowered his voice so that only Wang Shan could hear clearly. Zhao Hongai said, "Isn't that a bit too much? I was just trying to teach them some knowledge, but now you're going off topic, bringing up the moon, spacecraft, and weapons that can destroy a city." Zhao Hongai was clearly annoyed by Wang Shan's boasting. But Wang Shan disagreed. He replied, "Your Highness, strictly speaking, I wasn't exaggerating. Even from the perspective of later generations, those who invented airplanes and atoms can truly be considered your ancestors." "Well, the ancestors of Earthlings, ugh." Wang Shan's quibbling left Zhao Hongaiyu speechless. It seemed like that was indeed the case. When the atom, airplanes, and moon landings were invented, Zhao Hongaiyu didn't even exist. So, what Wang Shan said could be considered factual. Without waiting for Zhao Hongaiyu to speak, Wang Shan continued, "And I'm also carrying out my own plan, so I don't have to waste your breath in the end." Zhao Hongai was a little confused. He paused for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Shan replied, "Your Highness, have you forgotten what I told you earlier about finding a backup plan for your space-time trader? To prevent this unexplainable incident from being exposed? You promised me back then that this matter would be in charge. Have you forgotten?" Wang Shan's reminder finally reminded Zhao Hongai of the incident. "Well, even if there is such a thing, does it have anything to do with Sarah and Emma?" Zhao Hongaiyu seemed to understand Wang Shan's intentions. After all, he had spent so much time with Wang Shan. "Can't you just consider the people living in the empire?" Hearing Zhao Hongaiyu's words, Wang Shan smiled and shook his head. "Your Highness, that's not the way to look at it. To me, those citizens are easy to fool. The only two people you spend so much time with are Sarah and Emma. How to explain this to them is the most important thing. And they'll have spent the most time with you. I think hiding it from them is absolutely impossible." Yes, Zhao Hongaiyu's use of the space-time trader was very convenient. But there was a disadvantage. He had to be within a certain range of the item and have it confirmed by the space-time trader as is before he could trade it. Furthermore, the mountains of supplies were always disappearing so quickly that even a fool could see the problem. Furthermore, with Zhao Hongaiyu's development, the empire would undoubtedly produce cutting-edge products. How would they explain these products to the public? After all, the empire lacked the talent. Anyone with even a little common sense would see the flaws. With the technology and knowledge of this era, it would be impossible to manufacture such products. Thinking ahead, Some things had to be considered in advance. What Wang Shan was doing now was precisely for the future. What are your plans? Tell me. Then I'll consider whether or not to let you continue to indoctrinate them, Zhao Hongyu said after a moment's thought. Wang Shan smiled and replied, creating a god. Zhao Hongyu looked at Wang Shan in confusion. Although he had imagined many possible scenarios for Wang Shan's actions, he had never expected such an answer. Creating a god, Zhao Hongyu frowned. Wang Shan nodded, smiling casually, and said, yes, it's about creating gods. This has already begun in Manhattan Island, Ontario City, and other places where we've developed. Wow. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment before finally understanding what Wang Shan was up to. No way, isn't creating gods a bit too much? Don't overdo it, or it'll be very difficult to handle, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan, amusement inconsolable. Wang Shan replied, how could that be possible? You have to remember that this era is still very ignorant. We're nowhere near as enlightened as later generations, nor have we experienced the same explosion of knowledge. So my current approach is still quite marketable, at least for the Indians. Wang Shan winked at Zhao Hongyu. Your Highness, think about it. With our development, I think we'll be able to purchase airplanes in a few years. While we can't manufacture them ourselves, we can still buy them from the space-time trader. Zhao Hongyu nodded silently at Wang Shan's question. He admitted that he couldn't manufacture many modern things. Just the machines, engineers, operators, and so on alone were enough to give him a headache. Therefore, purchasing from the space-time trader was the best option. It would save both money and effort. Seeing Zhao Hongyu nod, Wang Shan continued, so, how do we explain cars, planes, and cheap shoulder-fired rocket launchers to the people of this era? Zhao Hongyu fell silent. Yes. These things are indeed difficult to explain. So, using the name of God to fool the people of this era is a good option. It's much easier than explaining it to them ourselves, just saying it's a gift from God, isn't it? Wang Shan's smile was cunning. At that time, you will be a living being who can communicate with God and perform miracles. The more Wang Shan spoke, the more his eyes sparkled. This will be very beneficial to the cohesion of the empire and may even generate fanatical followers. Wow, you thought this was a game? Fanatical followers? Zhao Hongyu grumbled inwardly. But he had to admit that Wang Shan's plan was truly impressive. If his plan went according to plan, wouldn't I, a person capable of performing miracles, be a living god? At that point, people from Europe and elsewhere would have to travel thousands of miles to the American continent just to see me, a god. And those Indians would absolutely sacrifice their lives. According to Wang Shan, they'd become fanatics. All I had to do was give the order. Zhao Hongyu didn't dare to think about it. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhao Hongyu felt a little guilty. Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu, these days, the bold die of excess, while the timid die of starvation. Your Highness, you must make good use of this cheat. As the empire expands, you'll need this kind of tool to prevent conflict. Then, Wang Shan explained the hidden dangers within the empire. First, the empire's diverse ethnic groups. Not to mention the Europeans, who are already numerous nations. Even before the Indians were assimilated, they were divided into tribes. Now, though, for Zhao Hongyu's sake, and the strength and benefits of the Song Empire, everyone agreed. But ultimately, geographical location, tribal identity, and ethnicity are all issues. Regional attacks are not unheard of in the future. So, Zhao Hongyu's place might not be entirely harmonious. But if deification succeeds, all this will be resolved. Indian tribes won't clash. They are deeply devout before the gods. Europeans, on the other hand, have just emerged from the Middle Ages and are now experiencing the Renaissance. But deep down, religious faith still exists. However, an idol that never existed is always inferior to a living one capable of performing miracles. Moreover, Europeans have a history of religious fanaticism. It's not impossible to unite the Europeans in the Americas and rekindle the God war against Europe. In short, deification not only allows for peaceful coexistence among the various ethnic groups within the empire, but also unites them as a single entity. It would also effectively address the drawbacks Zhao Hongyu faces in his bulk commodity sales. Okay, try it on Emma and Sarah first. I never thought I'd be deified one day, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan, looking at him with a mixture of amusement and tears. Just wait and see. When my plan succeeds, you'll see the immense benefits. Wang Shan smiled deviously, silently praying for the Europeans and Indians. Manhattan dockyard. A Chinese-born geneticist, wearing a red platoon uniform embellished with gold lace, whispered something to two Europeans. He placed a black object in their hands, his expression grave. If Zhao Hongai were there, he would have shouted. That black object was a walkie-talkie, a device used on construction sites in later times. This is a product of the divine realm. Try it and you'll see. As devout believers, you can experience the miracle, the geneticist said solemnly to the two excited Europeans. This geneticist belonged to Wang Shan's intelligence department. It was through their instigation that a sect called the Abyss began to emerge within the cities of the Song Empire in the American continent. This sect has a rigorous theory, worldview, and all sorts of awesome gods: Pantheon, the god of darkness; Batman, the man of steel; Iron Man, the god of strength; the Hulk, the goddess of ice and snow; Storm, the god of orcs; Catwoman and Wolverine, and each god is accompanied by either wild or sexy illustrations, later European and American-style illustrations. Chapter 267 in Manhattan. Manhattan City. With Quebec now incorporated into the empire, Zhao Hongai's territory expanded significantly. French residents of Quebec also began to flock to Manhattan City. The reason was simple: there were simply too many job opportunities in Manhattan City. After a winter of rest and recuperation, Manhattan City once again embarked on a vigorous construction drive with the arrival of spring. Roads were built, houses erected, various infrastructure constructed, and water conservancy projects were constructed. Even before Zhao Hongai left, Manhattan City's urban plan had already been devised. As Zhao Hongai's first city, and also his most open one, the construction of Manhattan City was certainly not simple. At least the planning priorities were different. For example, when constructing roads, they couldn't build narrow roads, as they predicted an increase in horse-drawn carriages within 10 years. Therefore, to avoid the kind of idiotic urban planning problems of later generations, roads were not allowed to be wide enough to avoid congestion for hundreds of years. While the road quality might not be ideal due to technical and workmanship issues, renovating the road was always better than replanning it from scratch. This is like the later Chinese capital, where urban planning failed to consider many issues. This led to incredibly narrow roads and insane traffic jams. And because of the early planning, changes couldn't be made at the time. Zhao Hongai and his team anticipated these issues and took preventative measures. Another issue is drainage and sewage disposal. While it might seem premature to consider this now, for the sake of future generations, it deserves careful planning, right? As people who have lived through the future, and with their understanding of the afterlife, Zhao Hongai and his team didn't want to make the same mistakes again. So, as soon as spring arrived in Manhattan, major construction began. The demand for manpower was enormous. This attracted British residents from Virginia and Pennsylvania, as well as French residents from Quebec. Their influx of people helped alleviate the labor shortage somewhat, but it still didn't solve the problem. Due to the lack of manpower, many projects in Manhattan haven't even started yet. The same is true in Ontario City and other cities. The only slightly better situation is in Quebec, where there are still tens of thousands of French residents. European merchant ships brought back news of the opportunities in America. This gave hope to the impoverished, starving, and bankrupt people of Europe. Unfortunately, the journey to America alone required a vast sum of money. Therefore, while they saw hope, they couldn't quite grasp its edge. It was a truly cruel reality. The Manhattan docks were busier than winter, thanks to the booming trade. The merchant ships arriving from Europe carried not only sailors but also the families of merchants. Manhattan's safety and the excellent living conditions made it a haven for many merchants, who considered naturalizing themselves and bringing their families to America. There are always people with foresight and quick thinking. While they lacked Zhao Hongai's vision, many recognized the power of the Song Empire. Zhao Hongai and his men didn't object to such individuals, but they weren't entirely welcoming either. However, they allocated land for them and built houses to rent out to these merchants and their families. Buying a house was out of the question. Manhattan City currently doesn't sell houses to the public. Those houses are only for sale to citizens. If you're not a citizen, forget it. Even so, many merchants flock here. Because a large number of European merchants have begun to establish businesses in Manhattan City, European artisans and shops have begun to appear. Small European handicrafts and foods are beginning to appear in Manhattan City, enriching the locals' diet. Everything seems so beautiful. Meanwhile, more and more European missionaries are arriving in Manhattan City, spreading glory for their Lord. Song Hu pays close attention to these people. He detains and monitors them, preventing them from interacting with ordinary people. Even though the missionaries threatened Zhang Tai, he remained unmoved. After all, God isn't welcome in Manhattan. The empire's high-ranking officials have no regard for these people or their so-called Lord. Despite the nice words, letting them take root here would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. First, their faith is highly exclusive, forbidding the existence of other faiths within their missionary territory. This could lead to conflict with the Indians of Manhattan, as the Indians believe in animism, implying that nature harbors numerous spirits. Furthermore, these missionaries are not good people either. They might incite the European believers in Manhattan to spark a war of faith in the Americas. Therefore, they must be guarded against. Furthermore, the church believes they are supreme over the imperial power, something Zhao Honggai cannot tolerate, and neither can Wang Shan, Song Hu, Zhang Tai, or the other genetic people. Therefore, Zhang Tai certainly has no good face for these people. If it weren't for Wang Shan's instructions to avoid causing any major trouble, it's not impossible for Zhang Tai to assassinate these missionaries. Fortunately, Wang Shan's intelligence department is performing well, and the faith plan is proceeding smoothly. As long as the Song Empire has its own sect, these missionaries can be put to rest. Humph, Zhang Tai has strong confidence in the faith plan that Wang Shan has planned and is currently implementing. If they were given a little time to recruit more believers, the European missionaries would be hopeless. America would have no place for them. Manhattan Central Fortress Military Intelligence Department, knock, knock, knock. Come in. After Song Hu's trip to Ontario City, Zhang Tai, now Manhattan's highest-ranking official, sat at his desk, processing a mountain of documents. Manhattan had begun a major construction drive that spring, and many projects required approval. He also served as director of Umbrella Corporation and the Empire's Minister of Economic Policy, requiring daily approval for all commodity trades. Zhang Tai's workload had increased significantly. Damn, Wang Shan went with His Highness to Europe, and I'm all alone here in Manhattan, swamped. Zhang Tai ignored the secretary who entered, muttering under his breath as he signed documents. Sir, these are documents from the Intelligence Department. They require your signature and approval. The male secretary placed the documents on the table, stepped back, and addressed Song Hu. Leave it here for now. I'll deal with it later. Zhang Tai glanced up, then pointed at the document and said to the secretary. Sir, the Intelligence Department said this approval is urgent. Seeing Zhang Tai's lack of attention, the secretary had to remind him. All right, I understand. Zhang Tai waved his hand, and the secretary left the office. What kind of approval could it be that was so urgent? With the secretary's reminder, Zhang Tai didn't dare to be careless anymore. God knows what the Intelligence Department is up to. If something serious is delayed, he'd be damned. So, after the secretary left, Zhang Tai picked up the document and examined it carefully. Haha, so it's about the equipment I bought at a high price a few days ago. After carefully reading the contents of the document, Zhang Tai laughed. It seems that these guys in the Intelligence Department are evolving well and have now entered the shocking stage. After muttering to himself, he took out a pen and quickly signed his name, then approved it. He then produced a walkie-talkie. Come in, I've approved the Intelligence Department's application. Now, you can hand them this document. A secretary quickly entered and took the document. Zhang Tai, grinning at the walkie-talkie in his hand, muttered to himself, it's really useful, but it's just too expensive. Damn, Chen's handbang is so shady. Just a walkie-talkie with a 1-kilometer signal range, and he charged me 10,000 yuan for it. That damn space-time trader has a limited quantity. Otherwise, this thing would be a magical artifact for the future Navy. It turned out that Zhang Tai had contacted Chen Xianbang to purchase this walkie-talkie after becoming the village chief. After all, they now had some permissions to purchase goods from the space-time trader. While modern society offered many goods, they could now buy many, aside from those that weren't available. Take this walkie-talkie, for example. Unfortunately, because they hadn't invested in research for this product, while they could purchase it, the quantity was limited. Throughout the 17th century, the system could not allow more than 100 units to circulate. In other words, before Zhao Honggai invested in developing a walkie-talkie, he could only use 100 walkie-talkies. This was somewhat regrettable. As Zhang Tai said, Although the signal coverage range of this walkie-talkie was only 3 kilometers, it was a powerful weapon. Not to mention the 6th Army, if it were used by the Navy, it would have inestimable benefits for command. Putting the walkie-talkie in the drawer, Zhang Tai smiled bitterly. Let's just do our job honestly. I still have to invest 100 million yuan in the Counterfeit Research Institute this month. I hope we can come up with some new products, but don't let it be like last time, where we made a carbonated drink. Chapter 268. Do you want to see a miracle? Master Zeman, is this a miracle? Inside a small 2-story villa in a Manhattan residential area, the envoys of the Cult of the Abyss and several of their newly recruited followers were gathering. A member of the intelligence department, the geneticist named Zeman Qing, with a mysterious air, pulled out a walkie-talkie and showed off to the Europeans he was deceiving. It may not look extraordinary, but it's truly a product of God. Zeman Qing's expression was serious, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. He found what he was doing fascinating and entertaining. Strictly speaking, Zeman Qing wasn't a geneticist with an independent personality or intelligent thinking, he was a mass-produced geneticist. However, due to certain changes, he had developed independent thinking and abilities, which made him somewhat unique. There were many geneticists like him. He even gave himself a very unique name, Zeman Qing. This is a small artifact of Brother Higher, the God of Wisdom, under the command of the God King, the Lord of the Digital Dimension, who towers above all gods. After I teach you how to use it, you'll understand its miraculous power. Zeman Qing appeared extremely mysterious, his eyes becoming eerie. This suddenly made the atmosphere in the room tense. Perhaps influenced by Zeman Qing, the breathing of the 7 or 8 Europeans he had tricked also became heavier. Although this isn't a powerful artifact, you must maintain a pious heart and carefully protect it from damage. Otherwise, the gods will be angry, and I won't be able to enter paradise after death. Paradise is the eternal kingdom boasted by the Abyss cult. Basically, it's similar to the Garden of Eden touted by European churches. However, in the Abyss cult's teachings, paradise is where devout believers go after death, where they can gain eternal life, immortality, and abundant energy. For extremely devout believers, the gods can even transform them into divine soldiers, endowed with supernatural powers, to battle demons. In short, it was as far-fetched as it could be, practically a reimagined version of the cult's rise to power in YY novels. At that time, beautiful, innocent elves, bold, childlike dwarf girls with huge breasts, and sundeer dragon daughters, all would become companions of the devout warrior. Of course, if you didn't have a wife, perhaps you could develop a romance in the divine realm. But if you did, it was harder to say. Regardless, this was a huge draw for European cultists. It was completely different from what the European Church was saying, because within the Church's Garden of Eden, it was simply a place for conversation. Of course, to foster loyalty among those who had been tricked, the Abyss cult even adopted a leveling system reminiscent of modern online games. One can imagine that if the Abyss cult succeeded, its development would be undeniable. About 3 hours later, after witnessing the extraordinary power of the artifact, the 7 Europeans blushed unnaturally. This was due to their sheer excitement. A divine artifact. It truly was a divine artifact. If it weren't a divine artifact, how could such an inexplicable situation occur? Over the course of 3 hours, they took turns making contact. They were taken a kilometer away, then used artifacts to communicate with their companions in the room. Honestly, that's all a walkie-talkie can do. It's not like a cell phone with a camera. This is just a low-level artifact. The gods have given us something more advanced. Would you like to see it? Seeing the expressions of the 7 Europeans, Zeman Qing knew their escape was inevitable. The 7 Europeans nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to see more. They felt as if they were experiencing a major world change. Although some of them were Catholics, they had only heard of so-called divine miracles, never witnessed them. The Cult of the Abyss, for example, actually had artifacts and allowed its followers to experience them firsthand. The war between gods is brutal. In our world, there are many gods fighting each other. However, most of them are false gods. Our so-called true gods, in order to vindicate themselves, have sent us scenes of divine battles. Hiss. The 7 Europeans gasped. They found this truly shocking. Witnessing the battle scenes in the divine realm, it was simply unimaginable. Zeman Qing chuckled inwardly. With modern technology, recruiting followers was a piece of cake. However, he also knew this couldn't be done on a large scale. Firstly, he didn't have the energy. Secondly, The followers they recruited had to be truly devout. Those who were just filing in the numbers were better off rejected. This would prevent the Abyss cult from becoming like the European churches, which would be disastrous. Come with me. I'll take you to see the divine realm that the true God has bestowed upon us believers. Zimin Quing stood up and waved to the 7 Europeans. You still have time to withdraw. After seeing the true God, you're not allowed to betray. Our God is a unified whole, unlike those false gods. That's why they hate traitors the most. Once you've converted, you can't betray. Although Zimin Quing's words were terrifying, the 7 Europeans thought, seeing the divine realm with their own eyes was nothing serious. Even death would be worth it. So, none of them wanted to quit. Well, follow me. Immediately, Zimin Quing led the 7 men out of the villa and rode in a carriage down the straight road. Meanwhile, on a plain outside Manhattan, dozens of mysterious figures in black jumpsuits entered a sprawling estate, carrying numerous large boxes. The Abyss cult's missionary work differed from that of European churches. In European churches, the glory and deeds of the Lord were spread through their own words. They would boast about the Lord's deeds, the miracles he had performed, and so on. But to claim anyone had witnessed such things was pure nonsense. 2 words could describe the European church: empty talk. Indeed, to those with the genes of the Abyss cult, their actions were nothing more than empty talk. The Abyss cult was different. Their missionary work didn't involve claims of God's deeds or miracles. Instead, they would display artifacts left behind by God and allow those they favored to experience them. This was far more engaging than empty talk. For example, telephony. Today, those interested in joining the church were about to be stunned. A true God was actually going to beam scenes from the divine realm down to the mortal world, allowing them to experience the true meaning of a miracle. In the manor's basement, the geneticists were busy. A projector was fixed overhead, and a white screen was fixed to the wall opposite. This projector was also Zhang Tai's creation. There was only one in the entire Song Empire, and unless it broke or became unusable, there would be no second one. Of course, Zhao Hongyu and his team invested in a copycat research institute. If they could actually develop something, that would be another story. But Zhao Hongyu and his team wouldn't be so foolish as to invest so much money just for a projector. The entire basement was transformed into a small home theater. Everything is ready. Let's screen it beforehand to avoid any problems, the geneticist leader, a senior deacon of the Church of the Abyss, said to his companions. At his request, the geneticists watched a trailer for the American blockbuster Clash of the Titans. Yes, a trailer. Unlike regular trailers, however, this one lacked audio and subtitles. It only featured explosive visuals. Concerned that audio and subtitles could give it away, when Zhang Tai purchased the trailer, he had Chen Xianbang have a virtual world computer expert remove them. The trailer wasn't long, just 3 minutes. But the content it showcased was enough to shock the Europeans. 6 armed titans, Pegasus, their armies, Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus all appeared one after another. It was enough to send the Europeans watching into tailspin, leaving them completely stunned. Click. The projector shut off. Check the wiring, check the diesel motor too. Make sure there's nothing wrong. After watching the trailer, everyone began another thorough inspection. Overall, the trailer revealed nothing. Hey, this time it's the War of the Titans, what's next? The geneticists chatted as they examined the scene. What do you hope for? How about Lord of the Rings? That trailer has a big scene, too. After completing their inspection, the geneticists left the basement. Just then, the shadow of a carriage appeared at the end of the straight concrete road outside the manor. Everyone, get ready. We'll probably be accepting our first batch of believers starting today. The leader clapped his hands, shouted to everyone, and then put on the hat behind his robe. The others followed suit. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what these Europeans will think after watching the trailer. But at the very least, compared to the European churches that only talk big, our God should be more trustworthy. There's a video here, so we can use this to discourage those European missionaries later, right? Zimin Quing, commissioned by Wang Shan to establish the Church of the Abyss, and now the mortal representative of one of the Abyss gods, sat in his carriage, watching the 7 Europeans across from him, their expressions tense and tense. Whoa. Whoa. The carriage pulled into the manor, and the driver stopped. The horses neighed softly, and Zimin Quing dismounted. We're here. Get out. Welcome to the place where miracles are performed. You won't regret it. Turning around, Zimin Quing rolled his eyes and smiled at the 7 nervous Europeans. Chapter 269, Experienced and Upgraded. In this manner, far from Manhattan, besides Zeman Quinn bringing 7 Europeans of varying ages, numerous geneticists continued to bring their chosen followers. Altogether, these people numbered nearly 100. Once they arrived at the manor and gathered, they were led by the geneticists to the basement. There, they witnessed things completely beyond their comprehension and witnessed the most astonishing miracles in the world. As the members of the self-proclaimed Abyss sect claimed, they were not like the effeminate European churches, who merely boasted about their so-called gods and their glory and deeds. The true gods worshipped by these Abyss sects truly revealed the affairs of the divine realm to mortals, allowing them to experience a world they had never dared to imagine or see. Well, the trailer for the first part of the American blockbuster Clash of the Titans is quite impressive. And depending on the situation, there's also a trailer for the second part. However, the trailer for the second part would have to wait for another opportunity to show them. Even so, those who witnessed the miracle today were stunned, their jaws dropped. Their bewildered expressions made the geneticists secretly chuckle. Is this the world where God resides? It seems quite peaceful. We've always heard about gods, but never seen them or their images. But this time, it's different. Those chosen to become believers include both Europeans and Native Americans. Compared to the Europeans, the Native Americans, after witnessing the miracle, immediately fell to their knees in deep worship. The geneticists exchanged glances. They felt the Native Americans' reaction to this event was more pronounced than the Europeans. Lord Messenger of God, is this truly happening in the world where God resides? Finally, someone asked. No. This is a projection of the planes of the lower gods during their battle with demons. The worlds the gods inhabit are very high-end, while ours is very low-end. The power of the images of the higher gods is too immense for our low-end world to withstand. As genetic beings nurtured in a virtual world, they frantically pored over the systems of the end world, incorporating the various worldviews of Chinese YY novels. They had already developed a direct understanding of the various rules and laws of the dimensional worlds. They incorporated this system into the Abyss sect, resulting in a very complete description of the God's world. It is precisely because of this description that it is so appealing. No one would believe that a world system that seemed impenetrable to them could be fabricated. What is a dimensional projection? What are the low-end and high-end worlds? Why can't our world withstand the power of the higher gods? The attendees peppered the audience with questions. Ordinary people might be perplexed by such questions, but for the genetic beings, it was no problem at all. You see, as members of the Abyss sect, they now write YY novels every day and share them with each other. Of course, these novels aren't for the believers, but for their messengers. And after reading, they're collected and destroyed. Therefore, they're very familiar with the discussions about YY novels. They've memorized the universal laws of the planes in YY novels. As these divine messengers explain, the attendees gradually come to understand the divine world and how it differs from their own mortal world. They also learn that among the divine spirits, there are supreme gods, higher gods, and even lower gods and divine servants. The more they interact with these divine messengers, the more they become captivated by this vast divine world. Such a world simply isn't something humans could fabricate. Master Divine Messenger, is the cross god a higher god? At this moment, someone suddenly asked a very difficult question. But this didn't stump the genetics, as they had already prepared. No, the answer was succinct and straightforward. The church says their cross god preaches in the flesh. So we can conclude with absolute certainty that he's not even a lesser god. After all, possessing godhood, gods typically possess enormous bodies. Therefore, they compress their bodies to travel from the divine realm to the prime material plane, but even so, it would consume a tremendous amount of divine power. Aside from the supreme god, it's impossible for any god to manifest in the mortal world, the prime material plane. This was the genetic people's firm judgment. Sir, do we in the Abyss cult worship too many gods? At this moment, someone suddenly raised another question. Yes, the Abyss cult has too many gods, with hundreds of lesser gods, equal gods, and higher gods. The genetic envoy replied, no, we only worship the supreme god. However, depending on your profession, you must also worship one of his servant gods while worshiping the supreme god. Then, the envoys explained the rules of the N pantheon and its social structure to the attendees. You may not know this, but after millions of years of bloody battle, the supreme god defeated the dark demon Shanna, but he himself was reincarnated. This reincarnation of the supreme god was born on this lowly prime material plane, and he is our crown prince, This utter deception left the hundreds of millions of attendees stunned. Are you willing to become the Supreme God's guardians? I promise you, once the Supreme God regains his memory and power, we will all journey with him to the divine realm, and you will become his servants. Yes, we are very willing, and just like that, the attendees were completely fooled by these geneticists. Such things happened repeatedly in Manhattan, and only in Manhattan could such things happen. Songhu in Ontario City, Lamar in Quebec, and the geneticist village heads of 5 other regions all wanted to try something similar. But unfortunately, they lack projectors. So, for now, they could only listen to the intelligence department's reports and watch the fun. Of course, they were all trying to figure out how to pull off their own miracle. Because this matter seemed so amusing to them. In this age of gossip, finding something interesting is truly difficult. Thus, the Abyss cult quietly emerged in Manhattan and began its mission. However, the Abyss cult did not aggressively recruit followers, but instead placed great emphasis on the strength of its followers. Upon joining the cult, these followers would all become first-level apostles. They could only ascend to higher status within the church by completing various quests. The Supreme God was the true God of the Abyss cult, but apostles also had to choose the deity to worship, depending on their profession, personality, and preferences. Those who enjoyed carpentry could worship the god of steel. Warriors and mercenaries generally worshipped the god of diamond or the god of strength. Quests to advance one's status were assigned by their chosen professional deity. These quests were varied and bizarre. For example, one could help a neighbor with work for a month, then express their insights to the deity. Or, one could beg for 2 months, then express their insights to the deity. And bizarre tasks like spending 50 silver coins in a day and eating 6 meals a day. These people had never seen anything like this before. They slowly became hooked by completing these tasks, and so they happily indulged in the game. Sadly, in this era, there's no such thing as anti-addiction measures. Clearly, Zhang Tai truly treated this as a game, though later generations used games, while this was a real-life version. As long as these believers constantly completed the tasks, as their faith gradually grew, they would eventually be able to kill people. This is called habit. If a task were ever posted, like killing the Pope, perhaps, someone would actually do it to level up. The apostles' rank within the cult would also be linked to their arrival in the divine realm. Of course, the most important thing was that high-ranking apostles could manage lower-ranking apostles. Furthermore, high-ranking apostles were known for their attractive attire. With the higher their rank, the more ornate the attire, while the lower-ranking apostles wore more plain clothing. According to Zhang Tai's conception, low-level apostles were essentially the summoned beasts or servants of high-level apostles, while high-level apostles could enjoy the sense of power that came with leveling up. This was the benefit of leveling up. This would surely drive the believers crazy. This was different from the European Church. Here, completing missions would earn you experience based on the difficulty. Once you had enough experience, you could level up and command low-level apostles. Furthermore, to make it seem more like the real thing, the Abyss cult had even come up with a twist. They'd come up with slogans like red flowers, white lotus roots, green lotus leaves, the gods are one family and flowers bloom at the gate facing the sea, we drink from the same river for 1,000 years. Anyone who met a member of the cult of the gods would whisper a slogan beforehand. Of course, the teachings were also very harmonious, with mutual assistance, honesty in business, and other fundamental principles. The 8 honors and 8 shames were also adopted and incorporated into the doctrine. These bastards, how could they change it like this? This is too much of a joke. Zhang Tai, after reviewing the intelligence, was left with a mixture of laughter and tears. Sir, this is all according to your instructions. Isn't that enough? Zimin Qing, now an elder of the Abyss cult, stood before Zhang Tai. Elder was now the highest position in the Abyss cult, and the Supreme God was undoubtedly the reincarnated Zhao Hongyu. Meanwhile, Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu, along with the others, had been transformed by those who specialized in system development into the 3 great figures under the Supreme God, using the Saint Seiya system from the underworld. Of course, these 3 were also reincarnated, and hadn't yet awakened. They even had the moves that used as gods. Undying Phoenix Fist, Soaring Phoenix Wings, Meteor Fist, Rising Dragon Domination. Holy crap, is this even a Saint Seiya? But the results were impressive. Because these moves sounded so powerful, the believers were now convinced. This was completely unexpected for Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai put down the intelligence he was holding and looked at Zimin Qing with a mixture of laughter and tears. I won't say anything else. The deity with 7 scars on its chest was created by you, right? It's said to be a power-related deity under the high god Hulk, and it also has a name called Samalanchi, sir. It's the god of strength and fury, not the Hulk, Zimin Qing carefully corrected. Zhang Tai scoffed, bullshit, it's the Hulk. Do you think I know nothing? The high gods were all predetermined by us, wouldn't I know that? Zimin Qing could only smile and admit it. Why are all the quests you're giving out lately solo experience? Can't you give out some high experience quests? You have to make them feel like they're leveling up, so they'll be hooked. Zhang Tai wasn't quite happy with the current quests. Zimin Qing explained, sir, it's not that we don't want to assign quests that give high experience points, but we're just worried about what happens if we level up too late and run out of quests. Zhang Tai curled his lips. You know how the higher the level, the more experience points are needed to upgrade. We need to let them level up quickly in the early stages. And if we assign quests appropriately, in addition to experience points, we need to provide some silver coins. Only with benefits will they invest aggressively, just like when a big monster drops gold. Will this put a financial strain on us? Zimin Qing warned, somewhat worriedly. Zhang Tai shook his head. Who would want to believe in you without benefits? We have to be completely different from the churches in Europe. We have to show the apostles that following the Abyss cult means food and wine, completing quests, experience points, and silver coins. By the time we open up Manhattan City and let the church's missionaries move in, they'll be completely helpless. Zhang Tai was thinking ahead. Besides, he didn't care about the silver coins. Manhattan City currently generates a lot of revenue, but considering the price of gold coins sold by the space-time trader, it has plummeted. Therefore, all this revenue is stored in Zhao Hongayu's castle. If gold and silver aren't circulated, they're just garbage, even if they were gold. Therefore, Zhang Tai had to make sure they had some use. The number of believers is still a little small, only 1,000. But that doesn't matter. These people have the potential to become fanatics. They're of higher quality than the average person, and we need them. Finally, Zhang Tai addressed the issue of the number of believers. In his opinion, while the number was small, their quality was exceptional. If a fanatic emerged from these people, they would be of great use in the future. Chapter 270 The Advantages of the Sea King. Manhattan's Faith Project was proceeding smoothly. Zhao Hongyu, however, was unaware of this at the moment. He had already arrived in Lisbon, Portugal, aboard the Sea King for a rest and recuperation trip. It had taken Zhao Hongyu and his crew only 13 days to travel from Manhattan to Lisbon, Portugal. This was 3 times faster than the average ocean-going vessel of the era. Emma didn't react much, as she had no idea what it was like. The genetics were even less impressed. Since the Sea King was equipped with a propeller, its increased speed was perfectly normal. Only Sarah and the Sea King's captain, Chelsea, the former captive, were amazed. It was beyond their comprehension, completely overturning the very notions of the era. Remember, during the 13-day voyage, Zhao Hongyu ordered a halt. Excluding that day, the entire voyage had only taken 12 days. How incredibly fast! Sarah and Chelsea were astonished. Crossing the Atlantic from America to Portugal in just 12 days, what a concept! Zhao Hongyu and his companions might not have much to say. But Chelsea and Sarah, living in this era, felt differently. A simple example, a shorter voyage allows for more trips, and more trade leads to greater profits. This is just the economic aspect. The military aspects are self-evident. Zhao Hongyu controlled Quebec, and the French, after much deliberation, ultimately gave up because of the transportation difficulties. If they could reach America in 12 days, Zhao Hongyu would have to pay a price to capture Quebec. Of course, another factor was Manhattan's proximity to Quebec, and the French couldn't refuse to give it up. They didn't have the advantage of the Song Empire, and the Atlantic was too cumbersome. Outside the Lisbon harbor, a Lisbon pilot boat slowly approached, carrying the port's management officer. The Sea Monarch's appearance in these waters attracted the attention and admiration of passing ships. It was truly enormous. They had never seen a warship this large, this formidable, and this numerous cannons. A full cannon, 3 times more than the largest warships of the era. Some even wondered what would happen to them if they were to face such a battleship. Some even decided they wanted a ship like this themselves, to ensure their safety at sea. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that with their current technology, building such a battleship would take at least a year. Of course, with the appearance of Zhao Hongyu, the little butterfly, that time might be shortened. But regardless, Zhao Hongyu's shipbuilding technology was undoubtedly cutting edge. Lisbon, located on the southwestern tip of Portugal, was a busy maritime trade port. Off the coast, British, Swedish, and French ships came and went. The Spanish ships were the most common. When these ships passed the Sea King, the sailors and warship crews would come to the deck, their heads tilted upwards, and stare at the battleship with their mouths wide open. Indeed, the Sea King was not only larger in size and tonnage than ships of the era, but also in height. This gave Zhao Hongyu an advantage. If he encountered an enemy, a boarding engagement would be impossible. The sovereign of the seas was too high, making it impossible for them to scale it. After all, in this era, there were only a few naval tactics: long-range fire and close-quarters boarding. The British favored long-range fire, while the Spanish preferred close combat. The Dutch and Swedes learned from the British, while the French and others refined Spanish tactics. Strictly speaking, Spain's boarding tactics were outdated. With the advancement of technology and the increase in artillery range, naval artillery battles became the mainstream. However, the Spanish were still reveling in their past glory, unwilling to strive for progress and perpetually believing they were still the top dog. It was this mindset that led to the gradual decline of Spain, once a maritime empire, until it eventually became a second-rate power in Europe. Your Highness, there are many ships nearby. I've observed, and there's basically no match for the sovereign of the seas. As the passing ships observed Zhao Hongyu and his men, Zhao Hongyu and his men also observed them. It's just that everyone's focusing on different things. Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu, Emma, and Sarah stood on the deck. The Sea King had slowed down, waiting for the guide boat to bring them into the harbor and arrange berthing. A ship as large as the Sea King could probably occupy the berths of 3 ships at a time. To the others, it looked like a mobile fortress at sea. The harbor was nearby, visible to the naked eye. Therefore, numerous seagulls could be seen flying back and forth around the Sea King. Emma seemed very excited. Everything she saw was new and exciting, and she was thrilled. If we can take on 2 ships at once, it's fine. Any more, and I think the Sea King would have a hard time, Zhao Hongyu replied to Wang Shan. In Zhao Hongyu's opinion, the Sea King did have advantages, but they weren't simply due to its larger guns and larger tonnage. In a one-on-one fight, victory was a sure thing. A pair would also be possible, but with more ships, victory wasn't guaranteed. After all, the Sea King remained within the parameters of its era. Its wooden hull and frame limited its defensive capabilities. Enemy artillery could penetrate the King's hull, inflicting damage. Zhao Hongyu believed that only ironclad ships could completely defeat the warships of this era. However, Wang Shan's perspective differed from his own. He said to Zhao Hongyu, "Your Highness, you're a bit pessimistic. I don't see it that way. Remember, our artillery has a long range, while the artillery of today's ships is much shorter. Therefore, even if we were to engage 5 or 6 ships, we'd still have a head-on chance of over 9%. Zhao Hong was a little skeptical of Wang Shan's words. He hadn't realized his own Sea King was so formidable. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you have a basis for this assessment?" Zhao Hongyu said, looking at Wang Shan seriously. Wang Shan nodded. "Of course I do. I'm the head of the intelligence department, after all," he gave a cocky expression. "My intelligence department, based in Manhattan Harbor, regularly observes European ships passing through. Europe's ocean-going vessels currently consist of a few types: British galleons, high-sea dhows, Dutch commodores, and Spanish galleons. Sailors of that era weren't very secretive, so it was easy for us to obtain information about these ships. Indeed, the intelligence department Wang Shan oversaw had detailed records of European ship models of the era, including their functions, weaponry, speed, and so on. As he himself stated, since Europeans' awareness of secrecy wasn't strong at the time, obtaining this information was quite easy. It was also because of this that Wang Shan had a clear understanding of the strength of the ships currently in use in Europe. Generally speaking, these ships were equipped with 12-pound cannons. The reason for this was simple: they had to consider the ship's ability to withstand the impact of the cannon fire. A larger caliber wasn't necessarily better. Furthermore, due to technical reasons, these cannons didn't have a very long range. This was one reason why boarding battles were so common in that era. Naval battles of this era weren't like those of later times, fought across tens or even hundreds of miles. Aircraft and long-range artillery salvos created a frenzy of activity. In the 17th century, hostile ships typically operated at very close range. The effective range of artillery was within 1 nautical mile. Beyond that, hitting the enemy depended on divine intervention. However, the sovereign of the seas was different. Its hull was exceptionally strong, offering exceptional resistance. Therefore, its guns were all 24-pounders. Combined with modern technological advancements, the sovereign's guns had a very long range. 4 nautical miles. This was 4 times the range of an ordinary seagoing vessel. In other words, if the sovereign of the seas engaged an enemy, maintaining this distance would allow it to dominate. The enemy would be completely powerless to fight back, as they lacked the speed and range of the sovereign's artillery. After listening to Wang Shan's account, Zhao Hongyu felt more confident. Aha, according to you, we don't have to panic even if we encounter the enemy, he said to Wang Shan with a smile. Wang Shan nodded. Of course, we won't have to worry even if we encounter 10 warships. We can outrun them with our speed alone, and then finish them off with our cannons. Wang Shan had great confidence in the Sea King. Your Highness, 1 cannon is no joke. A single salvo of over 50 rounds will absolutely crush the enemy. A smile crossed Wang Shan's face. Haven't you noticed? These ships passing by have at most 12 guns on their sides. That seems pretty weak to me, Wang Shan said, pointing to a galleon that was passing not far in front of them. This British galleon, as Wang Shan had said, had only 12 gun ports on its side. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Past Events in Chat. Your Highness, I am Pei Kele, the port guide of Lisbon. I am deeply honored to have you here. After Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan chatted for a while, the guide boat finally arrived. A guide boarded the Sea King and, after meeting Zhao Hongyu and his companions, immediately became extremely humble upon learning their identities. Zhao Hongyu, Emma, and Sarah also displayed their proud demeanor, like peacocks. But Sarah said that European nobles are all like this. If you are pleasant, those people will look down on you. Well, Zhao Hongyu, having no choice but to adapt to the local customs, also knew to hold his head high with pride. As Zhao Hongyu's accompanying official, such trivial matters as this one would definitely be handed over to Wang Shan at this time. So, Wang Shan said to the guide, don't waste time. Hurry and guide us into the harbor and arrange a berth for us. We may stay in Lisbon for a few days and even visit the Portuguese royal family. It would be best if you could inform your superiors that His Royal Highness Zhao Hongyu, Crown Prince of the Song Empire, has arrived with his wife. Are we staying in Lisbon for 3 days? Sarah asked Zhao Hongyu quietly. Zhao Hongyu nodded. About that. I want to meet the Portuguese royal family. Sarah was curious. She didn't know what was so great about meeting the Portuguese royal family. Portugal had been annexed by Spain. While it was still an independent country on the map, it was clear to everyone that it was a puppet of Spain. So, what was so great about meeting the royal family of a puppet state? Sarah wasn't quite understanding. My dear, perhaps you don't understand the situation in Europe very well. Portugal is essentially dead in name only. The Spanish have annexed it. While Portugal is still an independent country on the surface, its royal family is secretly a puppet of the Spanish. Sarah worried that Zhao Hongyu wasn't fully aware of the situation. At this time, she explained to Zhao Hongyu in a low voice. Instead of meeting these puppets, it is better to go directly to Spain to meet those great nobles. Even if they cough, it will be more effective than the Portuguese nobles. There are such things. Although he knows the general history, Zhao Hongyu doesn't know much about these detailed history. If Sarah hadn't said this to him today, Zhao Hongyu really didn't know about this. Look at Portugal on the map. Its territory is still unique. It has a large territory. But Portugal has a large territory. I really don't know much about European affairs. You've lived there for a long time, so why don't you tell me about it? Wang Shan was conversing with the guide, so Zhao Hongyu and the others weren't needed. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu, Sarah, and Emma went to the aft loft and sat down on a sofa. Afterward, Zhao Hongyu turned to Emma and said, Sarah and I will discuss European affairs. I'm still a little unfamiliar with the situation there. So, why don't you play with your maid for a while? Emma nodded. Yes, Zhao Hongyu then turned back to Sarah and said, "Now, tell me. How did Spain annex Portugal?" Sarah nodded before addressing Zhao Hongyu. Decades ago, Philip I of Spain was crowned King of Portugal, nominally assuming legal control of Portugal and also assuming its colonial interests. However, opposition was strong from European countries at the time, and since he needed the Church's recognition, he didn't dare to go too far. Therefore, Portugal maintains its independence on the surface. Sarah cut to the chase and explained the reason to Zhao Hongyu. After listening to Sarah's explanation, Zhao Hongyu suddenly understood. That's right, the European royal families of this era loved to crown themselves kings of several regions to prove their rule over the regions. How could he have forgotten this? According to Sarah, it was nothing new for Philip I of Spain to be the king of both Spain and Portugal at the same time. This happened frequently in Europe and was already very normal. But the question was, how could a title alone control Portugal? Europeans couldn't be so stupid as to think that a mere legal title could control a region. This was very unrealistic. It was like Sarah had the legal title of Lord of Quebec, but in the end, he still had to send his own troops to truly control the situation. So, Portugal was now secretly controlled by the Spanish, so the Spanish would definitely station troops or use other means to truly control Spain. Then, Zhao Hongyu asked his question. At this point, the Sea King, under the guidance of a lead ship, had already begun sailing towards Lisbon. Glancing at the distance, they still had some distance to reach the port of Lisbon. Therefore, Sarah had time to explain things in detail to Zhao Hongyu, clearing up any doubts he had. Officials throughout Portugal are now all Spanish, from top to bottom. The Portuguese royal family is a puppet, they hold no real power. And the nobles throughout Portugal have all married into Spanish aristocrats. In reality, Portugal is already Spanish territory, only then did Zhao Hongyu truly understand what was going on. Wow, the Spanish also use this tactic, Sarah continued, but the Spanish annexation of Portugal was not without cost. Their actions caused resentment among European countries and triggered war. The ultimate result was the defeat of the enemy fleet, and the Spanish naval power was greatly weakened. When talking about this, Sarah shrugged her shoulders helplessly. In her opinion, this was not worth the loss. Of course, the Spanish lost more than the enemy fleet, there were many more. But Sarah had no need and no time to explain it to Zhao Hongyu in detail now. Oh, so that's the case, I see, Zhao Hongyu nodded. But I still want to meet the Portuguese royal family, even if they are puppets. It doesn't matter, by the way, Sarah. Don't you have a lot of relatives, are they all in Spain? Suddenly, Zhao Hongyu remembered that Sarah's father was a Spanish nobleman, and Sarah was Spanish before marrying Earl Samuel. Don't say they are my relatives. I don't have such relatives. They are all worse than beasts. Sarah's face suddenly became very ugly, which made Zhao Hongyu realize that there must be some reason for this. Usually Sarah was not willing to talk about this topic, so Zhao Hongyu did not ask too much. But now he felt that he needed to ask. In any case, Sarah is now his legal wife. As his husband, it is necessary to understand his wife's past. Even if there is no love between him and Sarah, they have a relationship, don't they? Zhao Hongyu put his arm around Sarah's shoulders and whispered to her, what is unforgivable between relatives? Have they done anything too much? You are my wife now. If you have anything, tell me. I can shelter you from the wind and rain. Don't worry. Being held in her arms by Zhao Hongyu and comforted softly, Sarah's face finally looked better. My father was originally a great Spanish nobleman, but he was indeed a drunkard and gambler. My mother died when she gave birth to me, so I have never met her. Sarah lowered her head and began to tell Zhao Hongyu about her past for the first time. My father died very early because he was too drunk. My relatives took me in under the pretext of taking care of me, but I was still young and didn't know anything at the time. Zhao Hongyu had roughly understood what happened after hearing this. It was a case of seizing the family property. It was not uncommon for a group of bad relatives to want to seize the property of a young girl with such a rich family fortune. Bastards exist in all eras. Although my father was extravagant, he still left me a large fortune, Sarah continued, but her eyes were a little moist, and it seemed that she was recalling the sad past. This is understandable, as no one would feel good if they encountered such a thing. Your relatives must have taken all the property away. Zhao Hongyu had already guessed what happened next. Sarah nodded, confirming Zhao Hongyu's guess. Then she continued, "Not only that, my cousin also wanted to insult me, but I avoided it every time. After they took away the title and property left to me by my father, they even set their sights on me. Do you know how I married Count Samuel?" Sarah raised her head and looked at Zhao Hongai with tears in her eyes. Zhao Hongai shook his head. "They sold me for 300,000 silver pesos." Zhao Hongai hugged Sarah tightly and comforted her. "Now everything is over, and nothing like this will happen again. I promise you, everything they took away will be returned, I promise." "Why are you crying, Sarah? What are you talking about?" Emma found something wrong at this time. She walked over and leaned over to look at the tearful Sarah and asked Zhao Hongai. Chapter 272, A Moving Gold Mine in the Eyes of the Nobles. "Sarah, don't cry. You're one of our family now. We will make sure those who bullied you see you through the eyes and ears. We Indians believe that we must repay such people with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." After Zhao Hongai recounted Sarah's story of her childhood experiences to Emma, filled with righteous indignation, grabbed Sarah's hand and made a promise. Emma's reaction was not surprising. First, Sarah was Zhao Hongai's wife, so as the eldest wife, Emma felt compelled to defend her little wife to demonstrate her authority. Second, Sarah had previously benefited Emma greatly. A significant amount of land allocated by Quebec alone was in Emma's name. As the saying goes, giving money to others can ward off evil, much like collecting protection money. In Indian families, you often see a second wife. When bullied by outsiders, if the man is away, it's usually the eldest wife and a group of women who intervene. So, Emma had now assumed this role. She considered Sarah a family member who had paid her protection money and was recognized by her, so she had to intervene and exact revenge on those who had grudges against her. Of course, the underlying reason was that she had heard that much of Sarah's property had been taken, which made her very uncomfortable. Emma felt that if she could recover all of it, Sarah would undoubtedly benefit. Thus, Emma pledged to stand up for Sarah. "Are those relatives who stole your property still alive?" Emma asked Sarah. "Of course. When I left last year, I received letters from them asking for money." Sarah nodded. Emma looked at Zhao Hongai, her face etched with seriousness. "As a family, you should treat this as a serious matter. If you don't step in, then I will." Despite her words, Emma was secretly calculating how much she could gain. It must be said that Emma was truly a money grubber. "Don't worry, I'm aware of this. But our family is in Spain now. We just arrived in Portugal, didn't we?" Zhao Hongai spread his hands and grimaced. "What kind of family members are trying to seize your property, even the title your father left you?" Zhao Hongai asked. Sarah replied, "My father's brother, his son, and his daughter. They bribed the nobles of Madrid, seemingly promising them some kind of favor, and that's how they took my property and title." Sarah wasn't entirely clear on this matter. After being sold to the Samuel family, she never returned to Spain. After hearing Sarah's answer, Zhao Hongai pondered it for a moment and understood what was going on. "HMPH, you should call that man uncle, right? He's quite clever. He used your father's property to negotiate deals with the nobles, using your father's money to do favors. Even if he paid them, he still reaped the benefits." This little tactic was easy to understand with a little thought. "Don't worry, I'll make him spit it out. But I think the Spaniards are still lost in the illusion of past glory, so there's no need to rush," Zhao Hongai promised. As they chatted, the Sea King sailed into the coastal area and began approaching the dock. Lisbon is located at the southern tip of the European continent. Ships entering and leaving the Mediterranean stop here to rest and restock supplies. As a result, the port of Lisbon is bustling, rivaling even Manhattan's. "Wow, a ship this big? I've never seen one in my life. What country's ship is this? I've never seen that flag before." Under the gaze of the busy people on the dock, a behemoth slowly approached. It was a massive warship, densely packed with guns. At first glance, it looked like a ferocious beast floating on the sea. You don't even need to fight it, just one look at it tells you it's formidable. The massive, thick hull was even protected by iron plates. It had 5 poles, the largest and tallest in the center, unfurling a red flag with 5 stars. Spanish? Dutch? Judging by the flag, neither Spanish nor Dutch had flags like that. And they had never seen anything like it before. Although Zhao Hongai and his companions were new to Europe, many of the ships docked at Lisbon port had just arrived from Manhattan. Therefore, some recognized the battleship's flag. "This is a warship from the American Song Empire. That's their national flag. At this moment, a sailor, having heard the noisy discussions outside, walked out of the tavern and onto the docks, saying to a few curious people around him, "A warship from the American continent, a Song Empire warship?" Clearly, those people had never heard of it before. If they weren't merchants or sailors, the name would be unfamiliar. After all, Zhao Hongai's term for the Song Empire had only been around in Europe for 6 months. Then, with a cocky look on his face, the sailor recounted his experiences in Manhattan to the confused people around him. Delicious food, warm clothing, the exquisite uniforms of the Song Empire soldiers, and all sorts of merchandise. As he spoke, he drew occasional exclamations of "ooh, ooh," from the people around him. Zhao Hongai knew nothing of what had transpired at the dock, nor did he have any interest in knowing. "Your Highness, I will inform Viscount Megan. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished guest as you visit Portugal." As soon as the battleship docked, the captain complimented Zhao Hongai and left to inform the administrative officer. Because Zhao Hongai and his group arrived so suddenly and without prior notice, the Lisbon officials, both high and low, were completely unprepared. According to European custom, the hospitality of someone like Zhao Hongai was extremely high. After all, he was the crown prince and future heir to the empire. Furthermore, the Song Empire's merchandise was of immense value, and whoever could control it would gain even greater wealth. While the common people didn't know this, the port officials and nobles were well aware. Now that the Song Empire's most distinguished figure had arrived in Lisbon, how could they not try to curry their favor? If they could gain the crown prince's favor and trust, and if he could just give a small hint of his merchandise, they could become rich. Porcelain, tea, spices, grain. These were all in-demand commodities, transformed into glittering gold coins once shipped from the Americas. "Should we disembark?" Sarah asked Zhao Hongai. After all, the battleship had docked, hadn't it? But before leaving, the guide had asked them to wait a moment on board while he notified the local authorities to send someone to greet them. So, Sarah wasn't sure whether they should disembark. She also understood that, as a young man, she couldn't just wander around like that. A noble should behave like a noble, and her man wasn't just any noble, he was the crown prince of an empire. "Your Highness, let's wait. Your current status is different. You must act like a crown prince, so the Europeans won't look down on us as barbarians. If you act too casually, I'm afraid they'll be dismissive," Wang Shen also warned Zhao Hongai. "These European nobles are inferior. If you act too casually, they won't take you seriously. If you're even more arrogant than them, they'll kneel down and lick your boots." Zhao Hongai curled his lips and said to Wang Shen, "Aren't they inferior?" Wang Shen smiled at this. "Yes, you're absolutely right. These European nobles are inferior. I expect all the nobles of Lisbon will be here. Just don't show them a smile. I guarantee they'll all kneel down and lick your boots." As for the kneeling and licking, it was all a joke. However, Zhao Hongai knew exactly what these nobles were like. So he nodded and said to Wang Shen, "Well, don't worry, I know how to do it." All those years of watching American blockbusters weren't in vain. It wasn't that he didn't understand the aristocratic style. So, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hongai. "Gather the guards, and proceed to the port immediately to welcome the distinguished guest." Viscount Megan, the highest administrative officer in Lisbon, leaped from his mistress's bed upon hearing the report. His family was also involved in maritime trade, and 2 of their ships had visited Manhattan. Therefore, he was well informed about the affairs of the Americas. Merchant ships had brought much information about Zhao Hongai, the crown prince of the Song Empire, but most of it was useless. Members of his family hadn't even been allowed to meet him in person, not even Zhang Tai, the head of the Umbrella Corporation. Even so, this didn't prevent them from unraveling the power structure of Manhattan's aristocracy and clearly understanding who ultimately controlled trade quotas. Every day, among the European merchant ships arriving at Manhattan Harbor, there was almost always someone plotting against Wang Shen or Zhang Tai, either through connections or bribery. Manhattan's commodity production was limited each month, hence the quota system. Many believed that Manhattan's commodity production was limited, so they could only think of expanding their share. But the problem is, with so many merchant ships trading, why should they grant you the right to purchase bulk goods? "Come here," Viscount Megan, assisted by his servants, quickly dressed. "Your Excellency," a servant approached him and asked respectfully. Megan was having a servant adjust the collar around his neck when he said, "Inform Baron Mandelson, Earl Hudash, and Viscount Ed that the Crown Prince of the American Song Empire, Zhao in Lisbon, might be staying for a few days. Have them bring their families to Carroll Manor to meet me. The nobles he was referring to all had good relationships with him and held stakes in his family's maritime trade. Therefore, such an important matter required notification. In this era, maritime trade was too limited for one person alone. Therefore, the most reliable way to profit was to unite with others. Besides sharing the risk, it also provided some support and avoided any potential problems. My dear, what's the matter that has you in such a hurry? Aren't the American continents full of barbarians? How could they possibly concern you so much? Earl Megan's mistress, a voluptuous woman in her early 30s, emerged in a tutu skirt and flirted with him. The two were enjoying their moment when they were suddenly interrupted, and she was naturally displeased. She was a voluptuous woman, perfectly in tune with the aesthetics of the era. Her brown chestnut hair gave her a bohemian air. Her black tutu skirt revealed a good portion of her breasts, and the support of the dress made the two tender mounds of flesh appear enormous. The allure from earlier still lingered in the corner of her eyes, a faint glimpse of her. Anyone who noticed would have noticed. However, the servants paid her no attention, considering this a perfectly normal occurrence. Aristocrats, after all, were like that. You don't understand. Don't say that. It's true that the indigenous people of America are barbaric, but there's also a vast empire there, no less powerful than ours, Megan explained with a stern face, and at the same time, he specifically reminded her not to talk nonsense. Look how nervous you are. Are those people as powerful as you say? The woman leaned in closer, pressing her too tender flesh against Megan's back and whispering sweetly. Gritting her teeth, Megan said to the woman, "Stay here for a while. I won't take you to the dock. Don't wait for me tonight, I may not have the time. These people are very important to me because they represent wealth, all wealth." Megan clenched her hands and waved them in front of the woman. He had originally wanted to take the woman to the dock, but from her words, he could tell that she didn't take it seriously. So, to be safe, he decided not to take her with him. If she said something that angered Zhao Hongyu, he couldn't imagine the consequences. The nobles who had received the notice began to dress up busily at home, and gathered their daughters to give them instructions and matters that needed attention. They certainly understood why Megan had asked them to be notified. They wanted to please Zhao Hongyu and get close to him. If they could get him to take a fancy to their daughters, it would be even better. Because in their eyes, Zhao Hongyu was a moving gold mine. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 273 Impressions of Lisbon. The Lisbon harbor was far more chaotic and filthy than the harbor in Manhattan. There was no way around it. In 1621, Europeans hadn't yet grasped the importance of sanitation. The sight of feces, garbage, and sewage everywhere made Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan frown. Honestly, they couldn't stand such urban conditions. Although Zhao Hongyu often saw scenes from this era in American blockbusters in later life, those scenes were all incredibly beautiful, as if Europe were truly that beautiful. But now that Zhao Hongyu and his companions had truly experienced Europe, they realized that nothing was quite like that. To put it bluntly, the cities of this era were even dirtier and more chaotic than the urban-rural fringe of later times, 100 times worse. The Europeans not far away, mostly dressed in rags, gathered there, constantly gesturing at the sea monarch and whispering to each other. Few people there wore new clothes, most were filthy and greasy. There were even a few impoverished nobles, their clothes patched. Clearly, even the nobility wasn't always as they were portrayed in movies and TV dramas, living a life of luxury and surrounded by beautiful women. There were also impoverished nobles, even more destitute than the paupers. The reason was simple: the poor would find work to survive, or even beg for food. But these impoverished nobles couldn't. Their pride, their vanity, and their illusions about their noble titles kept them from lowering their status. Consequently, every winter, many impoverished nobles froze to death in Europe. It was no longer news. God forbid, being a noble wasn't for everyone. Some were lucky enough to have some wealth, while the unlucky could only laugh. This is Europe. Damn, I can smell feces even here, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu with a wry smile. Zhao Hongyu's expression was also quite helpless. Not bad, but once we get into the city, I'm sure you'll find it even more unbearable. The thought of having to go ashore and enter the city soon filled Zhao Hongyu with a wave of fear. Yes, he saw feces and urine flowing on the streets. And quite a few women were holding containers that looked like buckets. constantly emptying their contents onto the ground. And on the streets, for ease of transportation, people had laid out several wooden planks, connected them one by one, and then padded them with stones. Clearly, the filth on the streets had reached such a level. This was near the port. If it were in the city, the situation would be even worse. It's no exaggeration to say that European cities of this era were built entirely on feces and urine. Dear, you don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell? Sarah noticed her husband's face was not looking well, so she leaned over and asked with concern. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. It's not that I'm feeling unwell, it's just that I feel it's too dirty here, so I don't want to go ashore. But if the local nobles come to greet us soon, it would seem rather unkind of me not to go ashore, wouldn't it? Zhao Hongyu expressed his concerns to Sarah. Sarah raised her right hand, gently wrapped it around Zhao Hongyu's arm, and slowly leaned her head against his shoulder. If you don't like it, then we shouldn't go ashore. I think being on the ship is nice, and I also think it's really dirty here. Ever since I saw Manhattan, I don't find Europe attractive anymore. Sarah also expressed her opinion to Zhao Hongyu and offered a suggestion. If they didn't want to go ashore, then they shouldn't. But if I do that, what will those people think? Zhao Hongyu said with some concern. He knew that it wouldn't be long before news of his arrival spread throughout Lisbon. And the Lisbon nobles would descend on the port in large numbers. Zhao Hongyu knew exactly what he meant to them. He wasn't an idiot. Seeing Zhao Hongyu fall silent, Sarah thought he was still worried. So she soothed him, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Your status and position are destined to be more noble than theirs, and they need the empire's goods, so they'll flatter you and do whatever you want. They'll even kneel down and lick your boots if you please." Sarah was all too familiar with this, especially the temperament of the nobles. So, she didn't think her little man's indifference to them would have any effect. On the contrary, if he did so, it would only make the nobles flatter him even more. Nobles, that's how they are. Zhao Hongyu shrugged. Okay, I've decided not to go ashore. The environment here is unbearable. I thought I was in a big toilet. Having come to terms with it, Zhao Hongyu accepted Sarah's advice. Wang Shan, what's the matter, Your Highness? Zhao Hongyu called out to Wang Shan, who hurried over to ask. Send someone to guard down below. If the nobles from Lisbon arrive, let them come aboard. I won't be going down. Tell them that, because it stinks too much here. Zhao Hongyu gave Wang Shan a few instructions. Wang Shan bowed and said, Yes, Your Highness. I don't like this place either, my dear. How long do you plan to stay here? Wang Shan turned and left, leading a small team of genetic warriors. He lowered the deck and disembarked the battleship. Sarah approached and asked Zhao Hongyu how long he planned to stay. She figured since her little man didn't like this place, he probably wouldn't stay long. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and replied, Stay here for now. Although I don't like this place, I want to arrange some things here. When he had recently arrived at the port, he had heard Sarah tell him about Portugal, and an idea had immediately come to his mind. It was clear that the 30 Years' War had already begun in Europe. He might as well use this opportunity to cause more chaos in Europe. If he could disrupt their progress towards maritime domination and buy himself more time to develop, then why not? In short, chaos in Europe would be good for him. So, let's just make it even more chaotic. Zhao Hongyu chuckled sinisterly inwardly. Wang Shan, come up here. Wang Shan had just finished arranging the genetically modified soldiers when Zhao Hongyu leaned out from the deck and called out. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's call, Wang Shan quickly turned and ran up. Come with me. I have a plan I need to discuss with you. After Wang Shan came up, Zhao Hongyu walked over and nodded to him, urging him to follow him. Sarah, Emma, you stay here. Wang Shan and I have something serious to discuss over there, Zhao Hongyu said to Emma and Sarah before leaving. Knowing that Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan had something serious to attend to, Emma and Sarah knew they couldn't disturb him. Okay, go ahead. We'll let you know when the nobles arrive, but they still have to dress and get ready, so they won't be able to come anytime soon. I know them all too well, Sarah said to Zhao Hongyu with a smile. And if I'm right, those nobles are bringing their own daughters. You'd better be prepared. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan both stopped in their tracks. Wang Shan's eyes rolled, as if he had some cunning idea, like a fox trying to steal a chicken. Zhao Hongyu, on the other hand, wore a wry smile. Your Highness, are those nobles still planning to use the honey trap? Wang Shan said with a grin after taking a seat in the captain's cabin at the stern of the ship. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. Bullshit. I'm not a pervert. Honey traps won't work on me. Who do they think I am? Wang Shan spread his arms and curled his lips. Actually, Your Highness, you don't have to worry too much about this. European nobles in this era are still very open-minded. Even if you get their daughters pregnant, they won't say anything. You don't have to worry about it at all, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu in a frivolous tone. If those nobles really are using their honey traps on you, then I advise you to accept them all. Getting all their daughters pregnant and then abandoning them would be a good idea. Wang Shan's idea was terrible, and Zhao Hongyu hadn't considered following his advice at all. Zhao Hongyu, wasn't that bad? Forget it, I don't want to do such a thing. While the nobles of this era are somewhat unreliable, their families are not at fault. I don't need to do such a thing. Otherwise, what's the difference between me and those rotten people? Zhao Hongyu sat down and shook his head. Alright, it's up to you, Your Highness. Now, tell me what you want from me. After a brief joke with Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan got back to the point. Your Highness, I see you look a bit sinister. It seems you're up to something sinister, Wang Shan said, sizing Zhao Hongyu up and down. Well, let me guess, it is related to Europe, right? Zhao Hongyu raised his eyebrows and replied, you are a smart kid. Yes, you guessed right. I do have such a plan, and it is related to the current situation in Europe. Okay, Your Highness, tell me your plan and we will discuss it. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's answer, Wang Shan put away his nonchalant look and became serious. Chapter 274 Zhao Hongyu's Plan. Europe is currently at the beginning of the 30 Years' War, a war that has engulfed all European nations, and Spain has been officially brought to its knees. Zhao Hongyu began to explain his plan to Wang Shan. First, we must profit from this war while simultaneously holding the Spanish hostage as quickly as possible, and then seek to seize their colonies in the Americas. Portugal is a good choice. It holds great resentment towards Spain for its annexation. If we can support some forces opposing Spain, then the Spanish will no longer care about their colonies, right? Hearing this, Wang Shan gave Zhao Hongyu a deep look. Your Highness, do you mean to find a suitable force in Portugal to support, providing them with military and economic support, and having them fight against Spain? Wang Shan understood Zhao Hongyu's intention. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Portugal's position on the map is good. If it rebels against Spain, while victory is not guaranteed, it will certainly cause some chaos in Spain. I also want to disrupt Spain. Only by causing chaos can we gain greater benefits. Wang Shan closed his eyes and thought carefully. As Zhao Hongyu had said, Portugal was geographically closest to Spain, so if Portugal were to fall out of favor, Spain would be in for a real rude awakening. Furthermore, the Eastern European nations were also frequently forming alliances to counter Spain, leaving Spain vulnerable on both sides. Historically, Spain was destined to decline, so why not do it sooner rather than later? Spain's colonies in Central America were a huge sliver of riches, boasting an astonishing abundance of resources. Controlling Central America would bring countless benefits to Zhao Hongyu. The Portuguese don't like the Spanish. There's a lot of resentment among them, especially among the Portuguese nobles. Because the Spanish seized control of the Portuguese government and appointed Spanish officials to run it, the Portuguese nobles have fallen on hard times. Zhao Hongyu said this, gesturing to the crowd watching the battleships not far from the shore. See? Those nobles, no different from beggars, are just the impoverished Portuguese. They've lost their land, their wealth, and their power. Do you think they're deeply resentful of the Spanish? Wang Shan smiled. Of course they are. They're probably even thinking about exploiting the Spanish. But do you think these people are reliable? We support them, but what can they give us in return? Wang Shan raised his doubts. He was focused on what benefits the Portuguese could offer them. In this world, everything is based on profit. Who would trust something without profit? Even if Zhao Hongyu and his men helped the Portuguese without expecting anything in return, the Portuguese wouldn't dare trust them. In this era, such selfless people simply didn't exist. There are many benefits. If the Portuguese attack the Spanish, then due to geographical reasons, the Spanish will have to focus their attention on Portugal. At that time, the Spanish will have no time to care about the colonies, right? Zhao Hongyu dug into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and handed it to Wang Shan. Taking advantage of their disarray, we can attack the Spanish colonies in Central America. Mainland Spain, due to the chaos, can't provide any support to the colonies. This way, we can easily seize the colonies. By the time the Spanish have regained their composure, it will be too late, indeed. Colonies without support from the mainland are actually quite easy to capture. The Spanish colonies in the Caribbean are vast, but Zhao Hongayu's biggest concern is support from the mainland. Without it, he's confident he can capture Central America. Therefore, he's considering finding something to delay Spain, preventing it from assisting the American colonies. Your Highness, your plan is highly feasible. I've thought about it, and perhaps we can improve it. Wang Shan's mind raced, and he immediately came up with a better solution. Oh, tell me about it, Zhao Hongyu asked, looking at Wang Shan. After taking a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaling a cyan cloud, Wang Shan replied, Portugal is west of Spain. Since we're already in Europe, we can easily contact France, a country bordering Spain. Between the two, Spain could very well cease to exist. Then, we could completely seize control of Spanish-American interests, while Portugal and France would divide up Spain's European territories. Wang Shan's idea was even worse, to completely destroy Spain, forever obliterating it. Zhao Hongyu pondered this, realizing that since he had arrived in this era, it wasn't impossible to alter the course of history. After all, the current course of history had already deviated. The Indians and Quebec were no longer the same. So, considering this, Spain's disappearance wasn't impossible. By then, the Portuguese and French, having benefited, would be busy dividing up mainland Spain and wouldn't pay much attention to the Song Empire for a while. Once everything stabilized, the Portuguese and French would have no say in Spanish interests in Central America. Strength was everything, and Zhao Hongyu was confident that he could exploit the chaos to develop a force sufficient to protect himself. After all, he possessed a super cheat. Therefore, he felt that Wang Shan's proposal was highly feasible. The Moorish Empire across the Mediterranean is still established, so we could also target them. Providing them with weapons wouldn't be difficult, and having them cause trouble for the Spanish wouldn't be impossible. Right, Wang Shan said, looking at Zhao Hongyu with a sly smile. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, that's right. Your proposal is an enhanced version of my plan, and it's highly feasible. We should definitely give it a try. However, I don't think the Moors are meant to be used against Spain, but to deal with the Portuguese and French after they divide up Spanish territory. Zhao Hongyu could predict that after the Portuguese and French divided up mainland Spain, they would inevitably turn their attention to the colonies in the Americas. They would then challenge the Song Empire to inherit those colonial interests. At that point, conflicts and disputes were inevitable. Therefore, finding them a hidden rival was a very practical idea. This was why Zhao Hongyu planned to train the Moors. Aha, setting up some obstacles for the Portuguese and French beforehand? I like this plan. Wang Shan, understanding Zhao Hongyu's plan, laughed. Alright, we're just talking about it now. Everything will be determined once we start implementing it. So, here's my plan, what do you think? Zhao Hongyu waved his hand and asked Wang Shan seriously. Wang Shan nodded seriously, it's completely feasible. I agree with implementing this plan. Now that we've arrived in Lisbon, the Portuguese port, we can definitely start looking for suitable targets to support. Now that the plan was confirmed, Wang Shan didn't want to delay any further. After all, since they were already here, it would be nice to find something to do. Let's meet those nobles later and see what's going on. This is our first time here, and we're not very familiar with the place yet, so we'll take our time. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan walked out of the captain's room and returned to the deck. Have you finished your business? Sarah asked as she saw Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan come out. Zhao Hong smiled and replied, that's all. He then winked at Wang Shan, who excused himself from the boat and joined the genetically modified soldiers on shore. Sarah, do you know anyone here? Sarah looked at Zhao Hongyu in confusion. I do know a few. What's going on? Zhao Hongyu was silent for a moment before addressing Sarah. Are you acquainted with a Portuguese or Spanish noble? I'm planning to support the Portuguese royal family. Do you think this is feasible? After much deliberation, Zhao Hongyu decided it would be best to let Sarah know a little. After all, they were family now. Besides, Sarah knew much more about European affairs than he did, and with her help, his plan would go much more smoothly. You want to support the Portuguese royal family? Are you kidding? Sarah was shocked. She couldn't understand why her little man, fresh from arriving in Europe and docked at a Portuguese port, would make such a big deal. Zhao Hongyu looked at Sarah seriously. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Sarah stared at Zhao Hongyu in disbelief. She asked, Why not have such an idea? Do you want to invade Europe? Such a thought flashed through Sarah's mind. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. I don't want to invade Europe. There's no need to do so with the Atlantic Ocean between us. But I do want the Spanish colonies in Central America, so I have this plan. Then, Zhao Hongyu told Sarah all his plans and ideas. Ugh, that's crazy. This was Sarah's first thought. Sarah, you know those impoverished nobles in Portugal, especially those who hate the Spanish the most. I need people like them to organize the people to fight against the Spanish. I can provide them with financial and military support. Sarah, you're my wife now. You need to be more open-minded about some things. I'm doing this for the sake of the empire. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhao Hongyu said seriously, seeing Sarah's stunned expression. Yes, now that she was married to Zhao Hongyu and became the empire's second queen, she must be working for the empire. Her little man was right about that. Although Queen Marie of France was Spanish, everything she did in the end was for France and her son. Sarah, realizing this, felt a great sense of relief. Chapter 275 First Meeting. About 3 hours later, Lisbon's administrator, Megan, arrived at the port with his staff. Upon arriving at the dock, he learned from Wang Shan that Zhao Hongyu had no intention of disembarking. Therefore, he quickly dispatched a messenger to notify his fellow nobles, who had received his notice and were heading to the manor, to hurry to the dock. Since the somewhat erratic crown prince didn't want to disembark, then let him do as he pleased. Megan didn't see any problem with that. Big men always have quirks, don't they? Therefore, Megan was invited aboard. After all, he represented the officials of Lisbon. As the highest official in charge of the city, Zhao Hongyu couldn't afford to neglect him. It was only when Megan boarded the ship and met Zhao Hongyu that he realized how young the crown prince was, perhaps even under 18. Finally, while waiting for the other nobles to arrive, Megan chatted with Zhao Hongyu. While talking with Zhao Hongyu, he noticed the crown prince's fluent Spanish, even using precise slang, which intrigued him. Wang Shan was well aware of this. His Highness possessed a considerable linguistic aptitude, so speaking Spanish was nothing unusual. But Megan was unaware of this, and so Zhao Hongyu suddenly became a towering figure, a mysterious presence in his mind. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu's every move evoked a touch of pretentiousness, which instilled in Megan an immense admiration. In Europe today, there's no such thing as aristocratic elegance. The trend of aristocratic elegance only began to gain popularity and become a fashion trend after Louis XVI came to power in France. Today, the so-called aristocratic elegance is defined by having affairs and then spending all day pretentiously applying white powder. Compared to Zhao Hongyu's 18th century aristocratic style, which he learned from blockbusters, the aristocrats of that era were truly utterly despicable. Zhao Hongyu's occasional sonnet recitation immediately captivated Megan. Truly worthy of being the heir nurtured by an empire. He truly possesses the air of an aristocrat. Meanwhile, the guards aboard Zhao Hongyu's warships were each incredibly spirited, their attire striking a chord. Those European-like armies looked like beggars, or perhaps even chaotic and like bandits. Your Highness, as the Crown Prince, has the audacity to cross the ocean alone to come to us. Your courage truly deserves my admiration. Megan carefully sought topics to discuss with Zhao Hongyu. During the conversation, she constantly observed Zhao Hongyu, observing his reactions to certain topics. He now needed to discover Zhao Hongyu's preferences and prescribe the right remedies. Yes, this is a moving gold mine. If he could earn his friendship, the benefits would be obvious. Despite the Song Empire's current offerings, Megan had always believed there were better goods, simply unsold. Since the trade quotas weren't already full, perhaps she could find other goods and establish a monopoly. It would be even better if we could get the support of the Crown Prince of the Empire on this matter of monopoly. But how can we gain the support of the Crown Prince? Well, it's very simple, just gain his friendship. It doesn't matter if things don't go as he suspected. With this kind of friendship, how can there be less benefits? As long as you are not stupid, you can see this clearly. Although the world in this period is not as good as in the future, people are not stupid. Especially when it comes to matters closely related to interests, they usually perform in a way that makes people look at them with admiration. Conversing with Megan is very pleasant. He always knows how to cooperate with you, and a few words can make you like him. Deliberate and unpretentious flattery is just right. Flattery is also a skill, and Megan has mastered it to perfection. Zhao Hongyu also knew that Megan was flattering him and was always cooperating with him. But he still enjoyed it. We call this ocean separating America and Europe the Atlantic. Crossing it to reach here does require a bit of courage. After all, you never know what you'll encounter at sea. Storms, monsters in the deep, these are all deadly, Zhao Hongyu said to Megan with a smile. But your highness, you have the courage, don't you? That's why you've come to Lisbon, Megan replied with a smile. I wonder where your highness plans to go this time? Are you visiting Europe or, at this point, Megan feigned a bow and smacked her mouth a few times. Oh, look at me, such a fool. How could I possibly ask such a question? Please forgive me, your highness, you have to admit, this guy is really good at pretending, and his acting is superb. It's hard to dislike him when you're around him. But Zhao Hongyu is no bumpkin of this era, how could he be fooled by his acting? Besides, having experienced the information and cultural explosion of later generations, Zhao Hongyu has seen all kinds of people. Besides, with all the blockbuster movies bombarding her with publicity, Zhao Hongyu didn't take Megan's performance seriously. But Zhao Hongyu still played along, as he was playing the role of a naive, inexperienced young crown prince. I'm planning to travel around Europe. Trade between European countries and our empire is very active these days, and I'm very curious about the countries there, so I decided to come. Zhao Hongyu was the type of person who could easily deceive people, and Megan hadn't considered this at all. And one of my wives is the Countess Samuel of France. Of course, her title will need to be changed. Samuel is the family name of that deceased guy, isn't it? Zhao Hongyu reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a white handkerchief, gently wiped the corner of his mouth, and then glanced at Megan. Yes, your highness, according to the rules, that lady can no longer use the title Samuel. But the count is genuine. Congratulations, Megan flattered, taking note of the information. The crown prince of the Song Empire in America had a wife who was a European countess, and a French one at that. This was crucial information, yet how could such news have been missed? What a failure. Megan felt the need to make the captains understand what information was most crucial. In reality, Megan had truly misjudged the captains under his family. They had received the information. It was just a shame they hadn't returned to Europe yet. Who knew Zhao Hongyu and his battleships were so fast? And after leaving America, those unfortunate individuals would have to make a trip to Africa to sell their wares. Merchant ships rarely returned to their homeland unless absolutely necessary, unless there was something very important going on. Of course, the news that Zhao Hongyu had married a European countess didn't register with most seafarers. To them, it was just a man marrying a woman, nothing new. Only a select few would remember the news and draw any parallels. Such individuals were incredibly rare, and they also had another identity, spies. I wonder if I'm honored to meet this beautiful countess. Megan changed the subject, turning to Sarah. Your love story must be very touching. It's truly fateful that you could meet across an ocean. Megan was quite articulate. Of course, no problem, Zhao Hongyu nodded slightly, indicating his approval, and then had Wang Shan call Sarah out. Because of Megan's arrival, Sarah and Emma had retreated to the captain's cabin. Emma had told her that according to Indian custom, if their husbands had guests, women couldn't see anyone unless their husbands told them to leave. Although Sarah despised this rule, she had no choice but to obey it because Emma was the eldest wife. God knew what Emma would do to her if she disobeyed. While in Manhattan, many people had told her that Indian women had horrific ways to punish disobedient wives of lower status. And the people who had spoken to her were Wang Shen and Zhang Tai. In short, they were talking about how terrifying it was, leaving Sarah sleepless for days. They were actually concerned for Emma's sake, wanting her to avoid bullying. In their eyes, Emma was innocent, sweet, and innocent. While she might be a bit greedy, that wasn't a problem. But Sarah was different. She was mature, a European aristocrat, and presumably more scheming than Emma. If she really got into it, Emma wouldn't be her match. Zhao Hongyu could have many women by his side, but Emma was the most suitable wife. The reason was simple: Emma was innocent, unassuming, and had no ambitions. So, Wang Shen and his friends felt they had to protect Emma and maintain her position in the family they had formed with Zhao Hongyu. This would undoubtedly put Sarah in a difficult position. Fortunately, Wang Shen and his friends didn't do anything too extreme. They simply made up some Indian household rules and regulations for Sarah to follow. Emma's father, Black Bear, supported this, believing it would be beneficial for his daughter. Black Bear wasn't a moron, he knew what was good and what was bad. Therefore, he cooperated and had an in-depth conversation with Sarah, vaguely hinting at the rights of the Mohican wife. It was during that time when Zhao Hongyu took Emma and Sarah to the Manhattan Island estate that Black Bear and his wife, Zhao Hongyu's mother-in-law, took turns lecturing Sarah. Sarah, therefore, was convinced. From then on, she treated Emma with unwavering respect, fearing the punishment of the wife if she misbehaved. Therefore, despite her disdain, she still followed the Indian family rules upon hearing about them. Your Highness invites you. Please, the two queens, follow me, Wang Shan announced at the door after arriving at the captain's cabin. Emma and Sarah exchanged a glance, then followed Wang Shan out, one after the other. Emma wore a scaled-down uniform for the platoon and a crown of eagle feathers, its long tail feathers reaching down to her waist. This was the kind of headdress worn by the leaders of large Indian tribes. Emma's attire was considered regal in America. A red platoon jacket, white buttons, gold gilt trim, black trousers, and shiny, smooth leather boots. Okay, this outfit was a bit of a mismatch. But Emma thought it looked great, a blend of Indian and Song dynasty styles. God forbid, the platoon's attire wasn't Chinese. But Zhao Hongyu wouldn't tell her directly. If the girl liked it, he'd let her go. Zhao Hongyu thought it was pretty good, too. At her waist hung a European rapier and a beautiful short musket with a gold-trimmed handle. The girl straightened her back, raised her face slightly, and walked over with pride. Behind her, Wang Shan was very pleased with Emma's performance. After all, everything Emma was showing was the result of his, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai's combined teachings. Poor Emma, she didn't realize that everything she'd learned was compiled by three good guys. Although the three of them had tried to fool Emma into believing this was proper court etiquette. Behind Emma, Sarah wore a high-necked, tight-waisted, puffy dress, black high-top leather shoes, and a folding fan in her hand. A small hat tilted to one side of her head, her long golden hair tied up in a bun. This was a style only seen in the 18th century, yet Zhao Hongyu and his men had revived it and adopted it as an imperial fashion trend. It made sense that this style was so popular in the 18th century. After Zhao Hongyu taught her, Sarah immediately took to it. Overall, compared to the revealing puffy dresses of the day, it was more acceptable to Zhao Hongyu. The small folding fan, in particular, was a perfect finishing touch for Sarah. It was an oriental item, incredibly expensive. Not even Emma had it, only he had it. When Zhao Hongyu had been so unscrupulous in his attempts to trick Sarah, her heart was filled with joy. Zhao Hongyu described a folding fan, sold wholesale for 10 yuan, as a precious item worth 10 ounces of gold. It just so happened that Europeans of that era were particularly fond of the mysterious and rich East, especially its silk and daily necessities. So, how could Sarah not like it? She kissed Zhao Hongyu twice on the spot. Well, Your Highness, your good fortune makes all the men in the world jealous. Your two queens are so beautiful. When Emma and Sarah approached, led by Wang Shan, Megan made an exaggerated expression, holding her chest with her hands and making a pained face, and said to Zhao Hongyu. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.